Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 3 of the Daily Wire's coverage of the Republican National Convention. We've got another packed show today as we sit down with Lara Trump, Megyn Kelly, Mike Lee, and more. Before, of course, hearing from Senator JD Vance, who will be taking the stage in just a few short hours for his highly anticipated convention address. You do not want to miss what is going on tonight. I'm Daily Wire senior editor and Morning Wire reporter Kevin Phillips.
And I'm Daily Wire culture reporter Megan Basham. So Donald Trump promised unity ahead of this week's convention, and he delivered last night. Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis, even Nikki Haley, all Republicans who ran against Trump, took the stage to offer him their full support. It was an electric night, and who better to break it all down than the Daily Wire's own Andrew Klavan, host of the Andrew Klavan Show. Not quite sure how you spell it, but nonetheless, we are glad that he's here with us. Thank you so much, Andrew.
It's good to see you. It's good to meet you in 3 dimensions.
I know. We've spoken so often, and yet we've never actually been in the same room together. So,
amazing.
Can you clarify for people also in the comment sections asking, I think that's Andrew Klavan's son, about me?
No.
Can you clarify for that?
JD Vance, I think.
Yeah, JD Vance. I'll take that as well. Both compliments. Thank you very much for being here. So let's actually start with JD Vance then.
Yeah.
You've long been a cheerleader of his. I have as well, because I wanted the first vice president with a beard since for 50 plus years. Representation matters. Why were you a supporter of his beforehand?
Well, I actually think we're seeing something remarkable here. It's very hard in politics to tell when somebody has caused something and when they are the symbol of something that's happening. And it's usually a little bit of both. And that's true of Donald Trump. The Republican Party had to change. This party of John McCain, of Mitt Romney, of people that nobody wanted to vote for has got to go away. And Donald Trump was both the instigator, but he was also just the engine of something that was coming anyway. Now, this is happening all across the West, this populist movement. But everywhere else, it's causing this divide in right-wing parties. So you just saw in France that the right wing was on the rise. All the left had to do was come together to stop them from winning because they're a little divided. In England, the same thing is true, that there's now this new Reform Party that's taking some of the gas away from the Tories, who've been like our kind of rhino Republican Party. What you're seeing here is you are seeing the peaceful coming together of this party under the populist Donald Trump banner. And JD Vance is the symbol of that. He is a guy, you know, they keep talking about the fact that he didn't like Trump before, but he said Trump has got it right, but he's not the guy. Trump, the problems that Trump is identifying are the problems. But Trump, I don't think Trump is the guy. And that was when he was being celebrated for his book among the left-wing, you know, poobahs of the culture. He probably thought this guy is Hitler. I think he even may have said that at one point because he was surrounded by people saying that. As he saw that Trump was in fact solving some of these problems in his presidency, which Trump did, he thought, no, maybe this guy is the right guy. So the people who want the old Republican Party to come back, the party that grew out of Reaganism but really didn't stick to Reaganism, they're over. Their time is over. The neoconservatives who were part of the Reagan coalition blew it in the wars on terror by taking us into 20-year wars. The financial, economic people from the Reagan era blew it by losing the underlying values of capitalism so that they went global and they left our Midwest turned it into a Rust Belt, turned it into a place where Donald Trump said, you know, there's just all this wreckage. And so that was gone. And the evangelicals have kind of lost their way as well, as Megyn is writing about now. And that was the other third stool. And so we needed something new. We needed a new kind of party. And this is a party that is reaching out to all the people. And we're seeing it come together right in front of us. And it's pretty amazing.
Andrew, you mentioned the old Republican Party. What was it like when Abraham Lincoln picked Andrew Johnson?
Well, you know what? Though I'm going to make a
point. Were you supportive of that pick?
I'm going to make a point about
that. That question was for Jeremy Boring. If you were here, he would have made sure to ask you that.
I'm going to make a point about Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln is important because of abortion. There's a lot of controversy about the fact that they pulled the abortion plank from the platform. But Abraham Lincoln did not say we've got to end slavery. He said we've got to end the spread of slavery because he couldn't win on an end slavery ticket. And even that cost a civil war, even what he wanted to do. So we are in that same situation now, and that's why we're moving forward. And I used to say to Abe, you know, how come you took the slavery platform on?
Well, I want to go back to your describing JD Vance's reassessment of Donald Trump, because I don't think it's so much that Vance suddenly decided that, hey, I need to get on the right side of this for purely mercenary reasons. I think he really did see a change in who Donald Trump was and in his perception of him. And what I'm wondering is do you think in the last few days, what we saw on Saturday night in that attempted assassination and Donald Trump getting up, raising his fist, those, very iconic images that are certainly going to last in our national consciousness now, I think, for decades, if not hundreds of years. Do you think that moment might reintroduce Donald Trump to the American people and maybe give them a different perception of what he's about? Like maybe the belligerents represent something else now?
Yes, it's really well put. It's a coming together of things that we're building, at least in my mind, and I think in the minds of a lot of people. This guy has been indicted over nonsense. I mean, that Alvin Bragg New York case was one of the stupidest cases I've ever seen, which basically they indicted him for not filling in the right word on a check and then made it into a felony, which was just utter nonsense. Everyone could see it. And yet I kept looking at Trump, and I kept talking to my friend Sebastian Gorka about this, because he sees Trump from time to time, saying he doesn't seem to be hobbled by this at all. If I were indicted 90 times, I'd have a little twitch and I'd be, I'd be brought down by it. It didn't seem to stop him at all. And I was thinking, can he really be that tough? Can he really be a guy who just walks through this stuff without being affected by it? When he took that bullet in the ear and stood up again, and basically it was like he was going to spit that bullet out and just throw it back at him and raised his fist, I think I suddenly said, and I think a lot of America suddenly said, whoa, he really is who he says he is. He really is who he pretends to be. If you read the New York Times, which I do so you don't have to, they're just pouring it on. Well, this is theater and this is setting this up. And listen, after a bullet goes by your ear, you're not thinking, I've got to put on a show. You're thinking, it reveals who you are. And I think that showed a lot of people. Let's put it to you this way. Let me put it to you this way. We've got Iran coming after us. We've got China coming after us. We've got Russia coming after us. Who do you want as commander-in-chief? A guy who can't get up a flight of stairs without falling down, or a guy who can spit out a bullet and raise his fist in the air? It's a pretty simple choice.
Okay, quick follow-up to that. When you talk about the media and their reaction, I understand that I'm a conservative person, but it seems like their reaction has been so really abhorrent. The immediate rush to sort of suggest that Donald Trump was in some way responsible for the attempt on his life. Do you think that is maybe opening up and I know we all have seen for a long time now that the media is obviously very biased. They obviously have no love for Donald Trump, but I think there's a level of hatred that has to come out when someone has survived an attempt on their life and the immediate response is to blame him for that. Do you think that is opening some eyes?
Well, two things have happened here. One is there have been a couple of iconic moments like this for Trump. One was when he walked out during the George Floyd riots and walked to the church. And immediately they said, well, he tear gassed us. And they lied. He tear gassed these people just so he could have his camera, his photo op. And the other was when he got COVID and he stood out on the balcony of the White House and he took off his mask. And I remember Jake Tapper in his squeaky, whiny voice saying, oh no, we have to be afraid of COVID. We have to let it dominate our life. So the minute he has these iconic moments that reveal him, they try to say that they are fake. Well, two things have happened. One is that we just saw in this debate when Joe Biden showed up and he was everything we said he was and nothing that the press said he was. The press is lying. And everybody could see it. Everybody could see the media is lying. I had liberal people saying to me, oh, these cheap fakes, they're trying to make him look. So that was one thing that happened. And the other thing is you can't fake that moment. I mean, maybe the people who believe 9/11 was a put-up job think it's a fake, but you cannot fake a moment where a bullet takes part.
Absolutely. I am so sorry to interrupt, but we have a celebrity signing. Mr. John Rich is here to join us. John, so good to meet you.
Well, that's unexpected. Welcome.
You never know who's going to come by the Daily Wire booth. I'm just going to say that's why you don't ever want to tune out.
Daily Wire, I can't pass this up. Come on, this is great.
Can we get him a guitar? I want to hear a live rendition of his new song, Revelation.
It'll work at least.
Yeah, right.
No guitars here.
That song has just absolutely exploded. A song called Revelation, about the spiritual warfare taking place everywhere, which I've seen that now trending on X and other places. That's something most people never talked about until now. It's I was battling with Eminem on the download charts. And his record has songs that are called Antichrist, Evil, and Lucifer. Those are 3 of the titles on his record. So I see Eminem, and there's Revelation going back and forth. And as of this morning, we defeated Eminem. So we're now number 1 in country and number 2 overall. So there's a chance it goes number 1 overall. So pretty incredible.
Well done. Okay, so since you brought up Satan, so I want to ask.
Yeah.
I actually saw JD Vance taking some hits from ProPublica just yesterday because they dug up an interview in which he said he thinks that the devil is real.
Yeah.
Is that shocking to you?
No, because the devil hates to be exposed. He hates that. He operates the best in the shadows. He operates the best mingled in with things that you don't realize that's him doing it. So when somebody like JD Vance or me or anybody else calls him out, boy, they hate that. So, his followers hate that too. So.
But so surprising that it came as a revelation to the media that half of America thinks the devil is real.
Yeah, they see him every day in one form or another. So I think this conversation is a great one to be having. I'm glad that the American conscience in general is now watching this. When we saw Donald Trump and his head turned that slight inch and that bullet whizzed right by him, who do you think turned his head? Of course, I said, I was on X and I said, somewhere there's a guardian angel with a bullet hole right through his wing right now, so it is real, and that really is the fight. So to have this song out right now, saying that, I can't think of another song that talks about that subject. Not even in Christian music. I can't find it.
That's true.
It's a subject most people don't want to talk about.
I think people are afraid to talk about it.
I think they're ready now.
They get made fun of and belittled.
Yeah.
And as you say, the devil's greatest trick, right, is to prove that make us think he doesn't exist.
That's exactly right. Yeah, when you shine a light on him, boy, he takes off running most of the time, yeah.
Now, one of the other songs that we've heard this week played last night at the RNC. I know Ben Shapiro is probably the most popular rapper in America, and maybe the only person who's a bigger fan of rap than you are, Andrew. But Amber Rose was here, which did draw a lot of controversy on both sides. She appeared in a rap video about Make America Great Again. They played it at the RNC last night. John, I'm interested in your take, and then Andrew, I want to get yours as well, in the types of people and voices we're hearing here at the convention that you wouldn't typically expect to hear at the Republican National Convention, but are taking the stage and saying, no, I do support Trump. I do support Republicans.
Yeah. Well, are we going to allow people some grace to say, I had it wrong about Donald Trump. I judged him wrong. But when I saw his results and now I see this evil system doing everything they can to either throw him in jail, bankrupt him, and now kill the man, outright kill him, aren't we going to offer some grace to these people and say, come on in. Yeah. It's okay. I think anybody attacking people that want to see their country mended and back on the right track just because their past was not that way, that's not a good way to go. I mean, you got to give people some grace, right?
I agree with you 100%. I think a lot of people were complaining about this. They want a Republican Party that's narrow-minded, that's not going to let people in. This is a huge country with 330 million people in it. Some of them are not as perfect as we are. Some of them have lived lives that are much different than ours and have taken the chances they have to take to do what they have to do. I want them voting for us. I think this is the party that's going to make America great again. I think it's going to make the country better. And I want everybody to say, yeah, this is going to help me. And like I said, people live different lives, and I'm not here to, cast people down. I'm going to talk about what I think is right, but still, I want all of them to stand up and say, this is where I want to be.
On the positive side of that, I think suddenly we're seeing, at least in Silicon Valley, with billionaires, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, saying, I am unequivocally supporting Donald Trump, pledging to donate, I think, something like $45 million a week or something to the campaign, a month. Okay, so I upped it a little bit.
He can
afford it.
He's on a budget. He has to watch it.
But, I mean, is it almost like, I don't know, for the first time in my life, I'm like, is the GOP getting cool? What's happening right now?
Well, I think what's happening is the level of pain in this country has reached such a crescendo that it rolls over party lines at this point. Everybody has fentanyl in their zip code. Everybody has crime in their town. Everybody has to buy groceries. Everybody has to buy gas. Any parent that's seeing their kid targeted and taught things that they wouldn't teach them themselves at home, right or left, they don't want somebody else teaching their kids. They get to teach their kids. All these things have gotten so big that it has now dissolved party lines, in my opinion, in a lot of ways. And that's why you see people coming over going, yeah, we're done with this. We cannot deal with this anymore. Maybe they'll vote for a Democrat down the line, but right now Trump is the only man. The house is on fire, and he's the only one with the fire extinguisher. That's how I view it.
Yeah.
All right,
So we talked a little bit about yesterday. We had a news anchor from California who was saying, I'm seeing more MAGA hats in California, something I would never have seen in 2016 and likely not in 2020. It feels like people are more bold now. In your space, in the entertainment world, do you feel like there is less of a pressure to keep quiet among conservatives or people who might be on the fence saying, I do like Trump, maybe I'm not as terrified of the idea of folks knowing?
Yeah, I think that's happening. I think courage is contagious. And you definitely see it catching on. I mean, I saw Chris Jansen playing here. He's a good friend of mine. You know, they're no longer afraid that my whole career is going to get canceled. Matter of fact, the opposite is happening now. Yeah. Robbie Starbuck has now blown up. Tractor Supply, John Deere, he's going down the line, and they are responding. No, the Bud Light scenario that went on taught everybody a real big lesson, and they know that we move in mass and we move in numbers. It's not cancellation when people just stop spending money. Cancellation is when somebody above your head, one or two people, push a button and turn you off. That's being canceled. When people refuse to spend money with you anymore, that's the will of the people. That's capitalism. When
you see the party starting to come together, does that give you encouragement for the evolution of the Republican Party, that we have a second life here and an opportunity to reshape where we're headed for the next generation?
Without a doubt. And what I even like more than that is seeing all the rhinos running for cover right now because they realize they have been overwhelmed. I mean, there was a line of them that hated JD Vance. They didn't want him anywhere near that spot. And now they're all lining up going, we had your back the whole time. And of course, we all know that's a bunch of nonsense. But I like to see that they have been marginalized now. They're being called out. In the state of Tennessee, there's some races going on right now with incumbent rhinos that are razor thin. Seats are going to start flipping and changing because people have had enough.
Yeah. Do you think when you're talking about your song Revelation, do you think that the idea of speaking openly about God and show business is something that can catch on? Because one of the things I've noticed is that God gets edited out a lot. They make a Johnny Cash biopic. Christ is the center of his life. They cut it down to about 8 seconds of film time. They took that story Unbroken about the guy who was tortured by the Japanese, was saved by Billy Graham and found Christ. They cut it out completely. It was an epilogue. Do you think there's going to be more boldness about speaking up about this, especially when you beat out Eminem?
Well, I just did an interview with Tucker Carlson 2 days ago that just dropped yesterday on his X account, and it's got millions of views, and the entire discussion was about Revelation, Daniel, 2 Thessalonians, Mark 24, Matthew 24, all the passages that talk about what the end times are going to look like. We went deep. I mean, I said, listen, Tucker, technology, where it's at today, where we're at today, all the things that were prophesied about are now actually possible to take place. Up until recently, couldn't have a mark of the beast because how could you possibly track every human being in the world and know how and where they spent their money? Because it says you can't buy or sell without the mark. And my dad, who's a preacher, said we always just thought that's like science fiction. Like, I don't even know how that could happen. And of course, we laugh at that now because they're tracking everything that we do. So that conversation hit. Millions of people heard that one. I hope it does catch on. We're supposed to be bold as a lion. We're not supposed to stand around and just let them run over us. They've been running over us for too long. It's time we stand up and push back.
Amen. Well, that was John Rich preaching here on the Daily Wire set.
I don't know about that.
We thank you so much, John, for coming by.
Thank you.
And giving us.
If anybody doesn't have the song yet, we've got a couple more days. Like I said, it's 1 in country. It's 2 overall, meaning all genres. So if you don't have Revelation yet, go get it. It's on iTunes. It's anywhere you get your music. And we got a shot. I'd like to see Revelation sitting at the top.
Let's make that number 1. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you, guys.
All right, and now we are going to throw to my very cool mom dancing video that is going to show you what's going on the convention floor. Hey, this is Megan Basham, your Daily Wire culture reporter. So what I'm here to do right now is to take you inside the Republican National Convention. So this event is so huge, it covers city blocks, it has a huge perimeter, and occupies 3 different buildings. Now, obviously, this is the main stage. This is Pfizer. This is where all of the action takes place. It's where the delegates are casting their votes. And it's where the Republican National Committee and the GOP are making their pitch to the American people to re-elect Donald J. Trump as President of the United States, second time in history. A president is going to try to come back and be reelected after not getting elected for a second term. Will it happen? Will Trump join Grover Cleveland? We'll find out. But in the meantime, we're going to show you the rest of this massive, complex, and really exciting event. So Kari Lake is on the stage. This crowd is fired up. The mood is electric. It's optimistic. Everyone is energized. Well, almost everyone. Are here on Media Row, which is where you find all of your mainstream coverage. You're finding your conservative coverage. So as we're walking through, what you're seeing is all of the booths for the different outlets. For example, right here on our left, we have Steve Bannon's Real America's Voice, and you can see Marjorie Taylor Greene on the couch right there giving an interview. Now, what I will tell you is in a minute, I'm going to show you our booth. And I don't want to say that it's the biggest and the best, but it's the biggest and the best. Remember what I just told you about our booth? Okay, most of those booths you just saw 10 by 10. So here's what we've got. The 30 by 30 Daily Wire booth. Here we go. And then over here is the great Michael Knowles. Can I get your autograph?
Please, no paparazzi. I would like to point out that unlike my Philistine colleague over here, I stand when a woman enters the room.
Thank you, Michael.
Just a lesson for next time.
He's such a gentleman, isn't he? So now we're here out on the balcony at Baird, and as you look down, you can get such a great shot of the convention area inside the perimeter. You can see the fences out there. You can see all of the convention goers coming and, going into each of these buildings, each making this convention run. And let me tell you, it's an exhausting, busy, but really exhilarating experience. And we love being able to bring you guys inside. Well, welcome back to the Daily Wire's RNC coverage. We have now with us the woman who is behind this show, who is responsible for all of the excitement that you're seeing on the floor, what you've been watching the last few days, our co-chair of the RNC, Lara Trump.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Lara.
Thank you. Well, I don't know. I'm responsible for all of it. I would say Donald Trump is responsible for all of the excitement on there, but thank you very much. And we hope everybody has enjoyed the first 2 days, and there's 2 more to go. We're very proud so far.
Well, you have been keeping all the trains running on time. But speaking of Donald Trump, I think a lot of people, probably the first thing they want to know is how you guys as a family are handling this right now.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting couple of days for sure. It feels like Saturday was only 4 days ago, but it feels so long ago, obviously. We're grateful. We are truly grateful. And I think if anybody wondered if miracles happen and if God is real, I think we saw it on that stage in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday afternoon. We're just grateful he's okay. We're obviously heartbroken for the family that lost a father and a husband. And I think the fact that we're here right now at our convention, that nothing changed, which by the way was my father-in-law's decision. He actually said, as we talked to him in the hospital, moments after this horrific situation on Saturday, he said, no, nothing changes. We're going to the convention. I'll be there on Monday. We're going forward with this. We're going forward with the campaign, and we're going forward with a big win on November 5th. So this was his decision.
Can I ask you about that, though? Because obviously he electrified the country. I mean, that picture of him with his fist in the air is never going away. That's going to
that's historic.
That is iconic. Behind the scenes, I have to imagine an event like this does something to you, changes you in some way. Are you seeing any evidence of that?
I think you saw it. Didn't you see it in his face? I think everybody saw it when he came out that first night on Monday night, walking out there. You're right. You cannot have a near-death experience. I think no matter who you are, whether you're Donald Trump or anyone else, and not have it impact you. And I think that was very evident on his face on Monday night. And I think it's why he tore up the speech he had originally written for Thursday. And I think the speech that we are going to hear, I'm going to predict will be one of the great speeches of his presidency, his time as president, his candidacy as a candidate, or any political figure in history. I think it's going to be unifying. I think it's going to be something that people don't expect. And I personally am very much looking forward to it.
You mentioned unity. We've seen this wide breadth of people on the right that are speaking this week. You know, we had Teamsters President Sean O'Brien, we had Amber Rose, people of all different backgrounds. There have been some on the right who've said, why are these people representing the GOP on stage? Others have said, this is a big tent party, this is who we should have. Walk us through your decision-making process as you're choosing those non-traditional GOP voices on stage.
Well, gosh, we can't be an echo chamber. That's the whole point. We are a party for every single person in America. And I think, look, Donald Trump changed the face of politics, but he also changed our party in 2016. He started inviting people in who never felt like they had a home with the Republican Party, blue collar workers and minorities and people who traditionally have always voted Democrat. And we want to continue that expansion. Look, we want to win in 2024, but we want to win in 26 and 28 and in years to come. And the only way we do that is introducing this party to people and reaching out to people who may never have taken another look at our party and saying, hey, look at this person on stage. This is a person you can relate to. These are the goals that we have with this convention, but also I think as a party, look, as the co-chair of the RNC, not only do I want to make a difference right now and in this election, which I certainly do, I want to make a difference long term. And I want to have this party be the tent for every single American. And that's who you've seen on stage. That's who you're going to continue to see on stage. And that's why we made the decisions we did on the speakers we've had so far.
You know, Lara, you talk about wanting to make a difference long term, and obviously that doesn't happen without winning these elections. I hear from a lot of people in the GOP base who are concerned about the Democrats', we have to say, very effective ballot harvesting efforts, their get out the vote efforts. Some of them may be questionable get out the vote efforts, but they are concerned. Is the RNC prepared for that, and what have they put in place to combat it?
I will tell you the number one focus that we have at the RNC. We always say we have two goals. Get out the vote, which we know our candidate Donald Trump is going to do anyway. People love to go out and vote for this man, and protect the ballot. You know, we have to play the game a little bit differently or we're never going to win. You know, you look back at the past several election cycles, we have not done a good job with some of the things you just mentioned. So we have decided to change course. And I think that's a good thing. So we obviously have to do ballot harvesting everywhere we legally can. And you are going to see that in this election cycle from the RNC. In addition, we have to give our voters the confidence to believe that when they cast a vote, their vote matters and their vote counts. And that's why at the RNC, we have the largest and most aggressive election integrity operation we've ever seen in political history. Michael Watley, the chairman, and I have pledged 100,000 volunteers nationwide to be poll watchers, poll workers. We did not have the ability from the RNC to train people as poll workers for 40 years. We had a consent decree placed upon us. That was lifted about a year ago. We can now train people to work, to actually physically handle the ballots, to work in the tabulation centers where the ballots come in, the mail-in votes, the absentee votes. And we want to have legal experts on the ground everywhere a vote is being cast and a vote is being counted. So if there's any question about anything, any activity that people think might look a little odd, we can address it in the moment. We can't wait days, weeks, or months later. And I hope that gives the confidence to people to get out and vote. We also want to encourage people to do things like early voting. We cannot not all wait as a party to go vote on election day. We are already going to be behind. If we know that your vote is in, then we can take those resources and apply them to low propensity voters, get more people from our party out to vote. We are doing things differently. We are addressing exactly those issues because they're issues that I've had and I've talked about myself and that I think a lot of Republican voters have had. And so I'm just so happy that the chairman and I have teamed up on this. We have the same vision and the same goals for this party, and we're doing all of the things that we believe are going to be necessary to fight back against that. Because you're right, the Democrats have been very effective. This is our year as Republicans to do it.
JD Vance talks today, and he was my choice for vice president, so I'm very happy.
Oh, good.
But I hear certain things about him. One of them is that he is going to give Donald Trump a chance to be more of a uniter, and he's going to be the attack dog, as they say in politics. Is that the role you see for him? Is that what you think we're going to hear from him tonight?
I think that we're looking at the future of the Republican Party when we look at someone like Senator JD Vance. He's 39 years old. He obviously has been a great senator for his state, but he's had a life experience that I think a lot of Americans can very closely relate to. He knows the issues of a lot of people out there in this country. He came from a background of poverty. He came from a background of family who had substance abuse issues. So I think he has the ability to bring something to the White House that maybe you don't get with Donald Trump. Because look, Donald Trump is a billionaire from New York City who obviously has related very well to blue collar workers and to different segments of our society. But I do think JD offers that. I also think that when choosing a vice president, my father-in-law wanted someone who can carry on the America First mantle. And certainly JD has those qualities. He believes in the same things that Donald Trump does. He wants the same future for this country and has the same vision for the future of this country. And I think that's very important. You've heard a lot of talk about Joe Biden clearly not having the cognition to be president and the fact that he is the age that he is. And there's always discussion about number two. Who better to have than someone like Senator JD Vance, a 39-year-old. This is the future of who we are as a party, and I think it was an amazing pick.
Laura, there's an online debate raging right now. I think you're the perfect person to help us settle.
Oh, I can't wait.
So Nikki Haley, during her address last night, said, obviously I had disagreements with Donald Trump. He asked me to come speak here tonight. There's a cutaway to your father-in-law who appears to say she asked to come here. I did not ask her to come. Can you settle this for us?
I love that I'm the one that's supposed to settle this debate. Yeah. No pressure.
I'm putting you on the spot here. I think people are wondering, though, because it is important. We're talking about unity. Who was the proactive party there?
I will not be the one to tell anyone anything about that. I will leave that up to my father-in-law and Nikki Haley to discuss that as they feel. But I think that it was so great to see Nikki Haley here. And can I also say, I'm so happy that she ended with such roaring applause from the audience. I know when she first came out, people were, she got some boos, which give her credit for coming here. I give her a lot of credit. What a great speech. What a great message. Again, unity. You talked about the unity of this party. We've not seen the Republican Party this unified for generations. And this is a really important moment for us. And I love the things that she had to say. And I love her endorsement of Donald Trump. And I love that she came here and spoke at our convention.
Can I ask this question of unity? When you're talking about unity, there's the unity of the Republican Party, which is massively important. When you look at England, the divisions on the right really caused the left to march all over them. But there's also the unity of the country, which is much more difficult. This country has been for at least 20 years, has just been at daggers drawn. Mm-hmm. And the Democrats, I feel, inspire that and incite it, and they live off it. How do you change that? How do you change that culture?
I think it's about being more transparent. And I think I spoke last night, and my speech was really about the man I know Donald Trump to be. And I know who he is as a human being. I know who he is as a father-in-law. I know who he is as a father to my husband and as a grandfather to my children. And the image that gets cast out there about who Donald Trump is very different than the reality of this man. And I think people have started to see that. And I think the idea that we're just going to trust, the mainstream media to do our work for us and tell us who people are and how we should vote, we're past that. And I think the country is feeling that. I think there's an opportunity here, though, to talk about, you talk about unifying the country. I think it is hugely important. And I think that what you're going to see on Thursday night from Donald Trump will be a message. And I think this is a moment where, ironically, it's Donald Trump who I believe will do it as much as he had thrown against him. I think he is going to be the person who unifies this country. Look, I believe God has special timing for things, and we can say that we have plans, and then God, of course, says, oh, no, joke's on you because I have the plans. I believe Donald Trump was made for such a time as this. I believe that truly God spared his life on Saturday for a reason, and I think it's because this country does need to come together. I think people will start doing that. I think you can kind of feel we're on the precipice of that right now. People want that. We are more alike than we are different, and we are stronger when we are united than when we are divided. And we always have to focus on that. And I think you're going to hear a message Thursday from Donald Trump like that. But I think that we're slowly getting there as a society. There's been so much that has obviously been shown to be erroneous about my father-in-law. I hope that I did a good job of humanizing him and telling people the Donald Trump that I know last night. But the more I think people find out about this man, the more they say, wait a minute, I've been lied to. I have to do my own research. And let's stop attacking people. Let's start giving facts and information again. And I hope we can get back to a place in America like that.
Well, Lara, we know that your time is tight and you have just a few things that you have to handle today.
Going on, yeah.
So we won't keep you any longer, but thank you so much for joining us and for coming by and being here.
Thank you, guys. It's an honor.
Lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
And to all of our Daily Wire viewers out there, what we have coming up next is a special from our editor emeritus, the man himself, Ben Shapiro, who's going to be explaining for us the history of the Republican National Convention, why we're all here, why we're so excited, and why all of this matters so much.
Let's talk about the Republican National Convention.
You invited The Rock, the World Wrestling Federation champion, to speak at the Republican National Convention?
In order to understand the way the Republican Party works today, it's important to understand how the RNC worked historically and how that has changed. That story is a story of the devolution of power from elites inside the Republican Party to broader swaths of the Republican primary electorate. That has come with some upsides and with some downsides. The Republican National Committee was established in 1856, just 2 years after the formation of the Republican Party itself. The primary motivation behind its creation was to establish a formal organizational structure that could support the new party's electoral ambitions. Like all other party conventions, the RNC was designed to create a selection process for presidential candidates. The first RNC meeting took place in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, followed by a national convention in Philadelphia, where John C. Fremont was nominated as the first Republican presidential candidate. The vice presidential nominee was former New Jersey Senator William Dayton. The second-place finisher was a somewhat obscure former representative from Illinois named Abraham Lincoln. From the beginning, the RNC was tasked with several key responsibilities: developing and promoting the party's platform, coordinating fundraising efforts, strategizing for elections, organizing the national convention every 4 years. Initially, the RNC served as a critical decision-making body where party leaders and delegates from across the country would gather to debate and decide on key issues, including the nomination of presidential and vice presidential candidates. The 1860 convention in Chicago stands as a seminal moment in American history. Abraham Lincoln's nomination as the Republican candidate for president was not just a political decision, it was a moral stance against the expansion of slavery. This convention solidified the Republican Party's commitment to abolition, a position that would lead to Lincoln's presidency and the Civil War. Lincoln's election underscored the party's dedication to liberty and equality, principles that would define the GOP for generations. The 1880 convention, also held in Chicago, showcased the party's ability to unite in the face of division. With no clear frontrunner, the convention was marked by intense debate and political maneuvering. Ultimately, James A. Garfield emerged as the compromise nominee. Garfield's nomination highlighted the GOP's capacity to reconcile internal conflicts and present a united front, a trait that would prove crucial in its future endeavors. Garfield won on the 36th ballot. Chester A. Arthur was selected vice president as sort of an afterthought, a way of consolidating the party apparatus. When Garfield was assassinated, Arthur became president. The 1912 convention in Chicago is a quintessential example of a floor fight that dramatically reshaped the GOP. Incumbent President William Howard Taft faced intense opposition from former President Theodore Roosevelt, who had become disillusioned with Taft's policies. Roosevelt actually entered the convention with more primary victories and more delegates. Taft, however, worked the newly ubiquitous phones in order to consolidate his own support. The convention chairman, Elihu Root, ended up disallowing many of Roosevelt's delegates. All of this chaos culminated in Roosevelt walking out and forming the progressive Bull Moose Party. This split in the Republican ranks led to the election of Democrat Woodrow Wilson, illustrating the profound impact of internal party strife. Moving forward to the 1940 convention in Philadelphia, America witnessed another unexpected twist. Wendell Willkie, a businessman with no prior political experience and a former Democrat, emerged as the Republican nominee against all odds. Former Indiana Senator James Watson famously said of Willkie, "I don't mind the church converting a whore, but I don't like her to lead the choir the first night." Initially considered a dark horse, Willkie's candidacy gained momentum through a groundswell of support from delegates dissatisfied with the leading contenders. His nomination was a testament to the unpredictable nature of political conventions and the power of a compelling outsider narrative. We'll get to more on this in a moment. First, I want to talk to you about your internet freedom. Social media companies get to decide what content is suitable for consumption. They censor whatever they don't like. Shouldn't you be able to decide for yourself what you want to read or to watch? The reality is you should be limiting big tech's control over your life as much as possible. One way to do that is by limiting their access to your data. For that, I use ExpressVPN. In order for big tech companies to censor the content you consume, they need to be able to track your online activity. They track what you're searching for, the videos you watch, everything you click. They can then match your activity to your offline identity using your device's unique IP address. But when I use ExpressVPN, these tech companies can't see my IP address at all. My identity is masked and anonymized by a secure VPN server. Plus, ExpressVPN encrypts 100% of my data to protect me from hackers and internet bad guys. Does that sound complicated? Well, it really isn't, I promise. ExpressVPN software takes 1 minute to set up on your computer or phone. You tap one button, you're protected. So why give tech companies a free license to know everything about you and then turn around and sell off your info? It's time to take back your privacy at expressvpn.com/Ben. By visiting my special link, you'll get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN service for free. Who doesn't like to save money, right? That's expressvpn.com/Ben, expressvpn.com/Ben to protect your data today. In 1952, television became a factor at the RNC. Despite the fact that Senator Robert Taft had by far captured the most delegates, 500 of the available 604 entering the convention, Dwight D. Eisenhower's team played a brilliant media hand, claiming the powers that be were stopping Eisenhower's candidacy with backroom deals. All of this caused a clamor across the country, a clamor sufficient to elevate Eisenhower to the nomination and to the presidency. The 1964 Republican Convention in San Francisco was yet another pivotal moment characterized by ideological clashes and powerful rhetoric. Barry Goldwater's nomination marked a significant shift toward conservatism within the GOP. Goldwater's victories in the primaries represented a rejection of the Republican status quo. His acceptance speech, with his famous line, "Extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice, moderation in the pursuit of justice is no virtue," galvanized the conservative base and set the stage for the future direction of the party. Despite losing the general election, Goldwater's influence would echo in the rise of Ronald Reagan. After 1968, the convention process shifted for both the Democrats and the Republicans. Thanks to the open warfare in Chicago at the Democratic National Convention of '68, both parties embraced the primaries as the chief mechanism for selecting their nominees, to avoid floor fights. As historian Tevi Troy says, quote, "If a candidate could secure a majority of delegates before the convention and clinch the nomination, he would enter the convention as the presumptive nominee, and his forces would run all aspects of the convention, including the staging, speaker selection, and platform committee. The idea is to have as smooth and as confrontation-free a convention as possible." Perhaps the last gasp of the old convention logic manifested for a brief moment with the 2016 Republican National Convention. Stunned by Donald Trump's march through the primaries, some members of the Republican caucus tried to lead a floor fight to deny Trump the convention and elevate another alternative. That move failed dramatically, of course. Trump then proceeded to win the presidency, consolidating the Republican base in heretofore unprecedented ways. While the advent of modern primaries and caucuses has shifted much of the decision-making power away from the convention floor and directly into the hands of voters throughout the primary season, the convention remains an essential event for the Republican Party. It fulfills several vital functions. First, it nominates candidates. The primary purpose of the convention is to officially nominate the party's candidates for president and vice president. Delegates from each state and territory cast their votes based on the outcomes of primaries and caucuses held earlier in the year. This formal nomination process is crucial for solidifying the party's ticket and setting the stage for the general election campaign. Second, adoption of the party platform. Another critical function of the convention is the adoption of a party platform. This document outlines the party's positions on key issues and serves as a guide for its policy priorities. The platform is crafted by a committee. It's then debated and ratified by the delegates during the convention. This process ensures the party's official stance reflects the collective views of the members. Third, party unity and mobilization. The convention is also a vital opportunity for the party to unify after a potentially divisive primary season. It's a time for healing rifts, rallying the base, and energizing supporters. High-profile speeches, including those by the presidential and vice presidential nominees, are designed to inspire and mobilize the party faithful. These speeches often serve as the unofficial kickoff of the general election campaign. In the contemporary era, the RNC has become a highly orchestrated media event designed to maximize positive coverage and public engagement. Advances in technology, changes in media consumption have transformed the way conventions are conducted and perceived. Today's conventions feature elaborate stage design, high-profile entertainment, carefully scripted speeches aimed at presenting the party and its candidates in the best possible light. Social media now plays a significant role in amplifying the convention's message and reaching a broader audience. Still, the fundamental purposes of the convention remain the same: to nominate candidates, adopt a platform, and unify the party. The Republican National Convention continues to be a pivotal moment in the election cycle, setting the tone for the general election and mobilizing the party's base for the final push toward victory.
right, thank you very much, Ben, for that. And now we've got our panelists coming in. Hey, guys. Kevin Phillips, very nice to meet you.
Mark, good to see you.
Hey, Batya.
Batya, good to see you.
Reach across, thank you. Welcome, have a seat, guys. So joining us now, we've got Newsweek opinion editor Batya Ungar-Sargon, I'm sorry about that, and then senior writer at Real Clear Investigations, Mark Hemingway. Guys, thanks so much for joining us for our panel.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be here.
So, guys, I want to start by asking both of you. It seems like the last few days we've seen a lot of confidence out on the floor. Everyone seems to feel that this is Donald Trump's year, that we are going to see him return to the White House. But on the other side, I'm starting to feel a little bit of trepidation from some regular GOP voters out there who are messaging me and saying, are we overconfident? Is this going to be like the 2022 red wave where we were sure we had this in the bag and they were able to, at the very end, see the Democrats squeak out a win? What do you think?
Well, I always think overconfidence is a huge problem, and you should, be very much on guard against that. On the other hand, I would encourage people not to be too pessimistic either, because if you look what happened in 2020, I mean, they threw the kitchen sink at that election. Nationwide riots, COVID, all the election questions and things like that. And, Biden was way up in the polls, and yet he only won by 40,000 votes across 3 states in the Electoral College. So this is an entirely different situation if you're looking at all the big indicators in terms of whether it's inflation in the economy or whether or not you're just looking at the polls, which are just, staggering in terms of an about face from where they were at this time in 2020 and in the way that they favor Trump. So don't be overconfident, but also, don't be depressed or worried that somehow this is going to be, snatched from you either.
Batya.
I'm reading a lot of the celebratory feel in a more spiritual light. It feels like people are celebrating the fact that Donald Trump is still alive and the fact that God saved us from a civil war by a fraction of an inch. And that is mixing in, I think, with the feeling that not just that the country is going to go back to the Republicans, but this feeling of as Trump is revealed more as in a more honest light, just because the media has lost its stranglehold through the debate, through the shooting, through all of these things that they could not hide from the American people, as Trump is being revealed more and more in a more honest light, I think a lot of people feel really vindicated, especially people who have been on the Trump train from the beginning. So I think there's a lot in that celebratory feeling that I think we're all feeling. I agree we shouldn't, people should not feel like this is settled. But I also am not sure that we know yet who Donald Trump will be facing in November, right? President Biden does seem to be getting worse and worse. I mean, he has good moments, but then I don't know if you guys saw the address to the NAACP.
Yes,
it was a disaster. Kind of back to the debate, Joe Biden, after 2 very good press conferences. So I think we have to keep that in mind as well.
Can I ask you, I'm reading your wonderful book, Bad News, and how badly was the stranglehold, as you called it, of the media broken by that debate? It seemed to me to be a watershed moment. It seemed to be a moment when everything they had told us turned out to be untrue. Even people on the left had to know. I mean, days before that debate, left-wingers were saying to me, oh, these are cheap fakes and it's all propaganda. There's no escaping it. How badly did that hurt the media?
Before she answers that question, I just want to jump in and say I've been doing media criticism for 25 years, and her book on the media is spectacular.
It's great. It's a great book.
If you're going to read something on the media, read that book, Bad News.
I'm so glad I came, guys. I agree with you. It was a watershed. The feeling of betrayal I'm hearing from average Americans. I've been talking to a lot of service industry workers here in Milwaukee specifically, but also I talk often to working class people. I recently wrote a second book called Second Class, in which I interviewed many working class Americans across the country. I'm still in touch with many people, and people feel so betrayed because they really did not know. And what they also know is that if you spent 5 minutes in the last 4 years watching the Daily Wire, watching Fox News, reading anything not liberal, you knew that this was Joe Biden. In fact, maybe like me, you thought he did pretty well given, how he's doing. So I think that this is really a watershed moment. The crisis that the liberal leftist media that has been captured by leftist woke elites has been facing just went up by, 1 billion%.
So we have a big night coming with Senator Vance addressing the convention. But I want to get to something last night, a big moment. Nikki Haley taking the stage after we were not expecting to see her, to a mixed response. So let's play a quick clip of her. I want to get your reaction.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
So Donald Trump has my strong endorsement. She came out to a little bit of booze, but by the end, it seemed like people were supporting her. Mark, what did you make of her appearance there?
Well, I was very happy to see that, and I think it was good of her to do that, and I think she's an incredibly capable woman who might well find an important post in a second Donald Trump administration. So that's good. On another level, I still am frustrated by her sort of quixotic run for president in a lot of ways, in particular, not just because, I think primaries are good, and, I'm glad that Trump had some opposition, but the way she went about it at the end, it was such a destructive and damaging argument, and more than that, frustrating that she had made against Donald Trump. Her big campaign theme was, well, Trump can't be president because chaos follows him. Now think about that argument in the wake of an assassination attempt. So much of that quote-unquote chaos and what people liked Donald Trump for was the fact that it was evidence of the brokenness of our, elites and our institutions, and they were doing anything and everything to stop Donald Trump. The problem was not Donald Trump creating chaos. The problem is that we have such a corrupt institutions and a corrupt, political establishment that they were creating this chaos that was destructive to America simply because they didn't like the results of an election. And I have not forgiven her for that.
Do you think voters have?
I think voters are willing to make peace with her. She walked out on stage to a fair amount of boos mixed in with the applause. So, no, I think there's some time that we need. It's going to take some time.
What about the fact that she embodies a narrative that I think is a lot of people are going through right now? If I didn't like him before, but maybe I have to take a second look.
Well, I think what Batya said earlier is right. The vibe shift, as the kids would say, is real and it is spectacular. And I think that, a lot of good Americans who, I know in my line of work, I've run across a lot of never Trump people on the right. And all of a sudden, a lot of these people really are getting on board simply because the brokenness of the institutions, the brokenness of the political establishment has become undeniable. And there was a great essay written by Alana Newhouse at Tablet magazine a couple of years ago. I keep using the word broken, called Brokenism. And that is the central political question right now. It's not about right versus left. It's about whether or not you view the establishment as destructive and harming, ordinary Americans, or whether or not you're somehow compromised by that establishment. And, I think with the pick of JD Vance, and and the move away from people like Nikki Haley that were very much establishmentarians in their way, even if they weren't as bad as Democrats, signals a decisive shift and a very positive one that's going to attract a larger electoral coalition because that's where people are at. They feel things are broken. You can just feel it in the air. And the assassination attempt of that is just like such a crystalline moment where, all of a sudden all these people I knew that were, hesitant about making this shift are now willing to, crawl across broken glass to vote for Donald Trump.
How about, Batya, I want to ask you about Ron DeSantis, because last night I think he gave a phenomenal speech, and so much of what I heard from people was, where was this Ron DeSantis when he was running against Donald Trump? So what do you think his political future is, as he seems to have made peace with the former president, and does he have a place potentially in a Trump cabinet, or where does he go from here?
First of all, I've never seen Donald Trump laugh like he did at that joke when Ron DeSantis
We'll actually play that clip.
Let's watch that clip really quickly.
That. As a citizen, as a husband, and as a father, I am alarmed that the current president of the United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. America cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency.
Trump's reaction. He bursts out laughing. I've never seen him spontaneously laugh like that before. You know, a point I want to make is Donald Trump did not need Nikki Haley here. Donald Trump did not need Ron DeSantis here. He reached out to them, I believe, after the shooting as part of this kind of greater unification effort, this new Trump who has a lot of largesse due to the, you know, outpouring of support that he justly is receiving as a result of what happened to him. And in terms of Ron DeSantis, where was this Ron DeSantis during the campaign? The way that I see the primary is you had Nikki Haley running as the old guard of the GOP, the kind of Chamber of Commerce, free trade, trickle down, foreign intervention, country club version of the party that's effectively dead. And it's so funny because all of the donors wanted Nikki Haley. She outspent Trump 2-1, right? And got nowhere because American democracy, thank God, is alive and well, and the will of the people will simply win against money every time. So that was Nikki Haley. Where did Ron DeSantis go wrong? He was very one note, and that note was, we're going to fight woke. And here's the thing about fighting woke. You know, working class people they're pretty anti-woke. But in this climate, in this economy, they simply do not have the luxury to be prioritizing that in the ballot box. People are struggling. And Ron DeSantis had zero interest, not just in talking about economics, but in talking to policy people who would have really helped him understand why Donald Trump is popular. Donald Trump is not popular because he is an aggressive rhetorician and because he talks about fighting woke. He is popular because he brought back the American dream and he cares about American workers. And anyone who is a Republican right now who does not understand that has no future in the party.
You know, I agree with that about the workers, but I also do think there is something about Trump's manner. You know, Bret Stephens was just writing about this in the New York Times. That defiant manner, that fist in the air when he got shot, was saying a lot about, I think, about woke too. That if, you know, because woke goes away if you ignore it, woke goes away if you defy it, and I think that that is part of what he does. I don't think it goes away. I just think you're absolutely right about DeSantis not catching on to this other part of it, which is this, you know, the first inaugural speech that Trump gave. About the ruin in the Midwest.
And I think it's a real shame on one level. I mean, I don't think there's a question. As far as, you know, a competent executive, I don't think there's any question that Ron DeSantis is the best governor of the modern era. I mean, it's just staggering what he has accomplished. It's staggering what he did politically in his own state. But it doesn't change the fact that in order to, you know, advance, you know, beyond your station, you've got to get elected. And he just lacks a certain skill set. He barely got elected the first time. He won in a landslide in his second election, but that was because he was running on a record that was just undeniable.
Yeah.
So a lot of Americans still hadn't been introduced to Ron DeSantis, and the combination of his, you know, inability to do retail politics with, there were just horror stories about his campaign and the way that it was run. And it was a very novel campaign structure. They were trying to do this outside coordination with a super PAC and using new campaign rules and exploiting this, and it just didn't work. So, you know, on some level, he failed and he bears the responsibility for that. But having said that, again, he's so good. We've got to find, the Republicans have got to find a way to, you know, utilize him. They just have to.
Okay, before we end, I do want to talk about one more candidate who we forgot about him a little bit, and then it seemed like he came back into the public consciousness with the attempted assassination because he also has not had sufficient security detail, and that's RFK. Is he still a factor in this race, and if so, how?
The fact that after Joe Biden's debate performance, RFK Jr. was not able to significantly improve, to get double-digit support when he is an actual Democrat in the race, it tells you everything you need to know about how unserious this campaign is.
Well, it's true that he is kind of an unserious candidate in lots of ways. He doesn't have to get double-digit support, you know, to have a material impact in the election. He just has to peel away a slight amount in swing states, and he's on the ballot in a lot of, you know, critical places to have a big impact. Having said that, I also think, as unserious as this campaign might be, he is definitely a candidate that's speaking to this brokenness issue that I've been talking about. And I think that because of that, he's going to have an impact in the race. A lot of people still have, you know, reservations about Trump, although fewer after the assassination, but they're still willing to pull the lever for RFK over Biden. And that's not good if you're a Democrat.
Mark, Batya, thank you so much for joining our panel. But stay tuned here on Daily Wire. We have Megyn Kelly coming later. Of course, JD Vance getting ready to give his speech later this evening. But before we get to all that, Megyn.
We have a jam-packed episode today, and right now we have joining us my favorite man in the Senate, Utah Senator Mike Lee. Thank you so much for being here, Senator.
Thank you.
So I have a really hard-hitting question to kick this off, and that is there is, some might even say, a secret account on Twitter. I follow it. A lot of people I know love it, and that is the Based Mike Lee account. So one, can you confirm for us that that is an authentic Mike Lee account? And how do you decide if it is, what goes on to that account and what goes on to your traditional Senator Mike Lee account?
All right. So the answer to both questions is very simple. It is me. It is an authentic Mike Lee account, and it is the most authentic Mike Lee account because it's the only one that only I run. So as far as how I decide what goes on there, it's just whatever pops in my head at any given moment. Whereas on my official account and my campaign account, that's usually somebody else doing the work. But if I have an idea that I want to get out there, I post it.
I like both, but I will say that the Based Mike Lee is my personal favorite.
It's more fun. It's a little more freewheeling.
So to ask a little bit more serious of a question, I know you have a briefing planned later today with Secret Service about what happened Saturday, where the breakdown was. What kind of questions are you going to be asking?
I really want to know how on earth was there an elevated platform 148 yards away from the place where the 45th president of the United States was speaking that went unattended, unguarded? Why didn't you have a sharpshooter on that roof when we're now told that you had sharpshooters inside that building? I also want to know when there were multiple eyewitness accounts of a man climbing on top of that roof with a rifle several minutes before the shooting occurred. Why on earth did somebody not radio that in and say, don't bring President Trump out onto the podium yet? Or if he's there, take him out until we neutralize the threat.
Do you believe that the Secret Service director will maintain her position? Do you think this is something that you and others in Congress will be calling for her to step down?
Some of that depends on what she has to say for herself. I do think in this circumstance, there is a high risk that she'll be asked to step down. But some of that really remains to be seen based on what she tells us today and over the next few days.
Yeah. Switching gears, there's some news breaking in the last 24 hours. President Biden reportedly considering enacting new rules for the Supreme Court, a new ethics code, as he calls it, but more importantly, perhaps term limits on the Supreme Court. What do you make of the constitutionality of that effort, and what would your response be?
Okay. So first of all, putting term limits on the Supreme Court, that would require a constitutional amendment. So he can't just do that on his own. He can't do it by executive order, can't even do it by statute. That would require a constitutional amendment because Article 3 makes clear that the justices and other federal judges will serve for presumptive life terms during good behavior. In other words, unless they're impeached and removed, they stay on until such time as they die or retire. So if what he wants to do is change that, that would require an amendment that's very difficult to do. But I think the other side of this, he wants to pack the Supreme Court. Packing the Supreme Court, as I explained in a book I wrote about 2 years ago called Saving Nine, the most comprehensive modern book about court packing, is that court packing doesn't require a constitutional amendment. It is a constitutional move in that it's something that can be done. But in this day and age, it is fundamentally anti-constitutional. It's fundamentally hostile toward our constitutional system. If you're doing it, as I believe he's intending to do it here, for the purpose of changing the substantive outcome of litigation that comes before the court. And that's exactly what he's doing. And as I explained in Saving Nine, this has all kinds of problems. The minute you even propose something like this, it can end up doing lasting harm to the federal judicial system, as it did when FDR last attempted it in 1937.
Can it be stopped congressionally?
It can be stopped. Now, court packing would require an act of Congress. You'd have to get it through both houses of Congress. Republicans currently control the House of Representatives. The Democrats currently control the Senate. But let's imagine a scenario in which it's hard to imagine at this moment, but let's say somehow Joe Biden ended up getting reelected. Democrats took control of the House again and kept control of the Senate. I don't have much doubt that, especially now that the president is overtly talking about this, I have very little doubt that he would try this.
Since your time is limited, Senator, an important question I want to get to is that we are expecting, obviously, to see a change in leadership in the Senate, Mitch McConnell stepping down. What are you going to be looking to, what do you want to see happen in this next term in new Senate leadership?
First of all, I would love to see a deconsolidation of power. We've had an aggregation of power over the last several decades in the leader position. I think we are at our best as Republicans when we act like Republicans, and we reflect that even in our own conference governance strategy among Senate Republicans. What I mean by that is this is a position that shouldn't have so much discretionary control over everything we do. We need to re-democratize ourselves as a body. Secondly, I think it's important to note that our de facto leader, our true leader, will be the Senate president. And if Donald Trump and JD Vance are elected, JD Vance will literally be the president of the Senate. He will be the Senate Republican leader. And I think we need to reorient our own conference leadership structure around JD Vance.
Can I ask, when you look at this convention, seems to me you're, aside from people coming together behind Donald Trump, you're also seeing a change in the Republican Party, in the nature of the Republican Party. Do you think that that's this kind of populist Trumpism is the future of the party?
Look, one could argue that populist Trumpism is the future of the party. I see it a little bit differently in the sense that I think one of the reasons populist Trumpism has taken hold has to do with a more fundamental awakening and understanding among the American people. That is, that the brooding omnipresence that is the federal government is a problem. That excessive federal spending and excessive federal regulation have made life unaffordable in America. The average family is shelling out an additional, $1,500 a month just to live. And there is a new understanding that this is caused by the actions of a federal government. I think that's been the secret sauce that has reinvigorated the Republican Party.
So do you expect there to still be that resistance, though, in the Senate to the establishment Senate, let's say, to the populist efforts of a JD Vance?
Yeah, look, we have to remember that the new Republican establishment is President Trump. He now is the establishment. And so those who are stuck in 1985 and can't get out, who don't realize that Wham broke up or that parachute pants are no longer cool, they better start
coming
swimming
back,
or they'll sink like a stone, to quote Bob Dylan. So we'll get there. And yes, JD Vance is young, but yes, he will be the president of the Senate. And I think we ought to start looking to him as the Republican leader of the Senate.
So back to President Biden. Obviously, there was huge pressure on him from Democratic lawmakers to step down. That has seemed to subside since Saturday's horrific events. What are you hearing from your Democratic colleagues behind closed doors? How are they talking about their nominee?
They're shell-shocked. They want to change the topic. They want to go to France for a couple of days. They want to do anything other than talk about Joe Biden, because why would they? The sad thing is they find themselves in this hapless circumstance, but there is nowhere to turn. Anything they can do to change this will only make matters worse. But staying the course is also unthinkable. They're in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, Senator Lee. We have to turn it over now to the Megyn Kelly is coming up next. So Megyn Kelly in the house. Stay tuned.
The other Megyn.
The other Megyn.
Based Mike Lee.
Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Great to have Senator Lee with us. I think the biggest takeaway I have is the confirmation that based Mike Lee is Mike Lee. That was my big takeaway here. But Andrew, thank you.
And then Mike Lee is based. Huh?
And he is based. Yes. Well, Andrew, before you have to leave us, I do want to ask kind of one button-up question, and that is, what do you think about what Mike Lee is expecting to see from the post-McConnell era in the Senate? Do you think it's realistic?
I think so. I think he was genuinely talking about a new wave coming in. When Mike Lee says we've got to get past 1985, I think that means we've got to get past 1985. He's the guy you should know. His father was in the Reagan administration. I think he's talking about something that's happening. You have to accept it. And I think, yeah, it's going to be reflected in the Senate.
I'm interested in your take on the post-Trump era, which has consumed the Republican Party for the last 8 years. Looks like it will for the next 4. Is this a blip on the Republican radar where people will look back decades from now and say, oh, that was the Trump decade, and then the Republican Party returned? Is this a long-term shift?
I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. They're going to do everything they can to bring back the old Republican Party. They're going to fail.
Who's they?
The Republican mainstream, the rhinos, if you want to call them that. That's a little dismissive, but still, I think there's still a powerful Republican establishment that feels that the party's been taken away from them. They want it back. If they get it back, the Republicans will disappear as a party, but I don't think they will.
Okay. And I believe that we now have Megyn Kelly is in the house.
We're going to exchange just a
little
bit of age for
step
beauty.
Up. That's an age for beauty.
Andrew, thank you.
Thank
you so much for being here.
It's great to see you guys. It really
is a pleasure to have you. And we got Megyn coming on now. Sir, thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Andrew.
And now we have the wonderful Megyn Kelly joining us.
Thank you. Oh, it's wonderful to see you. Thank you for doing my
We now have 2 Megyns on set.
We've got 2 Megyns and a greater Megyn.
Hi,
Good to meet you.
Megyn, very nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us.
It's mine. Thanks for having me.
Andrew has warmed that seat up for you.
Okay.
And you got your mic right there next to you. So, Megyn, it is so very nice to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
We're about halfway through the convention. What have you learned about the state and future of the Republican Party from what we've seen so far?
It's changed dramatically from when I was here in, let's say, 2008, when we were looking at John McCain and Sarah Palin. And it was just a completely different party. I mean, from 8 to 16, we had, of course, Trump. And when we went to his convention in 16, he was just beginning to wrest control of the party from the more establishment wing. And now it's complete. And so the messaging, to have a Republican Party platform that has taken out some of the important, but yes, divisive social issues, which I know has caused some consternation. If you told me that was going to happen in 2008, I would have said you're crazy, right? But still, both wings of the party are here supporting one another. They're unified. They always unify in the end. This is one of the things I've gathered. Really, in the end, it turns out to be a question of enthusiasm on the GOP side. And it's huge right now.
You can feel it in the room.
Yeah.
You talk about reunification, and you know a little something, let's say, about some friction with Donald Trump. You experienced that a little bit back in 2016.
Just a little.
So what I'm wondering is, do you expect that they made some efforts behind the scenes to bring Haley in, or what do you think that those, background conversations were like?
I mean, I think all it took was one phone call to say, you have an invitation to speak at the convention, take it or leave it. She'd be a fool to say no.
Did you see that little bit on the cameras last night where she was speaking and said she was invited, and it looked like Donald Trump said, she called me?
Yeah. But that's true. I mean, he's the party leader, and he's likely to be the next president of the United States. And there's only one move for any Republican who wants a future in Republican politics right now, and that's to get in line. That's just the way these things work. Yeah. It's not unique to Trump or Haley. She's smart. She's savvy. And look what happens in 16 when Ted Cruz got up there and said, vote your conscience. The whole party turned on him. He's their nominee. He's who the party, and I think, aptly this time is determined, has the best chance to beat Joe Biden. And I think these things have a way of working out the way they're supposed to. And so if you're a smart politician, you learn to get on board or get left behind.
One thing that our Megyn has been saying all week and asking folks is the Republican Party too overconfident right now? Are they riding a wave expecting a red wave? And could there be a letdown? Do you think that people are overconfident?
All right. So I don't think that they should get too confident this soon. But I don't think that we should poke a hole in their balloon currently, because I've been covering Republicans for a long time, and it's very rare to have this level of uplift and optimism. They're just always getting crushed by the media. The messaging is always that they're in disarray and they're terrible and they're far right extremists, and let me show you what evil devils they are. That's the news coverage around Republicans all the time. And for once in a lifetime, you have the Democrat news media saying, oh my gosh, they're going to win. They're a huge threat. This is terrifying. They could take all three, the White House, the House, and the Senate. And I just kind of feel like the right is entitled to a few minutes of, this feels really nice. And then they're going to have to get back to work. But yeah, overconfident would be a mistake, but they do definitely have reason for the first time in a long time to feel very hopeful.
Okay, so in this confident moment, I'm wondering how much what we saw happen on Saturday played into that, but also I'm wondering if the image of Donald Trump standing up from being hit by that bullet, raising his fist in the air, saying fight, if that might not have reintroduced him to women voters in particular, who have not traditionally liked him. Some have, in fact, reviled him to a certain extent. And suddenly maybe that image is reframing who Donald Trump is for them. Do you think he has a chance to reintroduce himself to those suburban women voters that he does need?
I do, if they're right-leaning. You know, he lost a lot of Republican women voters with his rhetoric and so on. The Democrats are never coming around to Trump. You know, a couple, but not enough to really make that much of a dent. These lifelong Democrat voters don't care about what Trump does or says. They just hate him. However, I think American women, for the most part, do somewhat like a strongman. It's not like it is in Russia, where I spent a fair amount of time over the past few years interviewing Putin. Over there, they love a strongman. They can't get enough of, strength and the shirtless pictures and all.
On a bear.
Nobody's looking for that over here. Not amongst our politicians anyway. But I do think there's a realization when you see that image of Trump on Saturday that softens him a little, which is all the stuff that makes you say, oh no, why is he, I wish he wouldn't, is part of the same package. He is all about fight, not flight. He's all strength, and it's honest. It's how he sees the world. It's how he sees our battles. He'll never give up. He'll always go down swinging, even bloodied and within an inch of having his life taken. Still fight. That's the thing that makes him send the mean tweets. That's the thing that, I'll give you one stupid example. I saw him for the first time in years last August 23. The first thing he says to me after years of not seeing each other is, did Roger Ailes know that you were going to ask that debate question? I'm like,
he had not let it go.
You've been president since then. Yeah. Why are you still thinking of that? And then I saw him the next month when I interviewed him. Same first question. He's done a lot of things he forgot he asked me. I'm like, still again? Because he remembers I had a fight with her. She did something I didn't like. It's still on my mind. I'm still ticked off about it. And you could say, okay, that's weird. And yes, you did something that I didn't like, whatever. To me, it shows you a side of the guy, which is like, he doesn't forget a slight. He may forgive. He really may. He and I are good now. He made up with a lot of his worst detractors. But that's what I think people are realizing right now. The same thing that you may not like in the tweet is the thing that made him get up bloody with the fist raised saying fight. And net, the question is that a benefit to America? In these times, I don't see how you can say no.
So we talk about suburban women. There's a lot of conversation there. If you look at the 2022 exit polling data, Republicans won with married men, single men, and married women. The largest gap by about 25 points, though, was the advantage Democrats had with single women. That is what made up for the discrepancy among every other demographic. Why are single women uniquely, apparently, drawn to the Democrat Party today?
I think they love abortion. I mean, that's just the reality. Like, they're of childbearing age, and they've grown up with it as a, quote, constitutional right, which it isn't and never should have been recognized as. And they feel like something has been taken away from them. And so that was a very, very big motivating factor for every election after Dobbs. I do think it's waning. I think other issues have moved back into the center once they've seen the dust settle on Dobbs and they realize there's not going to be a federal ban. Like, it is going to be a states issue. My own personal belief is that's how it should be. I actually think legally that's proper. It never should have been federal involvement. I think that pro-lifers need to be very wary about trying to push for it to be a federal issue, because if we concede that the federal government can regulate it, what's going to stop the Dems from, when they control the House, the Senate, and the White House, from its abortion on demand in all 50 states? And then Mississippi and the more conservative states can't have any sort of restrictions. We're playing with fire there. So I just think the issue has settled a bit to a place where women are a little less scared, and the Democrats' scare tactics aren't working quite as well.
If by some miracle, though, if you see a Republican House, Senate, White House, and the pro-life base gets enough of their senators, their congressmen to get something to the president's desk, realistically, does he not sign that?
He will not sign that. Zero chance.
Because I have heard different from staffers on the Hill who are trying to reassure the pro-life base.
It's not true.
Okay.
I don't believe that for 1 second. Trump is pro-choice. I mean, he doesn't say that, but he is. Like before he was a candidate, he said it many times. He defended partial birth abortion. And then he became a politician and realized you cannot get the Republican nomination unless you say you are pro-life. So he told the story about how he had a change. I mean, they all tell that story. It's true for some. It's not for others. And look, what did he do to help the pro-life movement? He appointed 3 great pro-life Supreme Court justices who made all the difference. And I would bet that Trump feels like, that's it. You're welcome. It's now settled the way it needs to settle, because if we keep fighting this battle, and I understand all the moral arguments on the other side, but he's more mercenary. We're never going to get all of our other things, pushed through. We're not going to get elected. So we can't help people on the economy, and we can't help protect children who are being transed by radical teachers and all the other agenda items that are also important.
You talk about the shift from Trump on abortion, whether it's genuine or not. We don't really know. You have an opinion. When we talk about the shift for JD Vance, in 2016, it seemed he was a very different man. We've heard him talk about Trump, but even on issues like the economy, he was giving these sort of, Reaganite free market addresses on the economy. That has shifted. In your opinion, do you think that is a genuine shift we've seen of him embracing this new, more populist economic rhetoric? Or is it something where it's more advantageous for him politically?
Well, look, I think JD is a politician now, let's be honest, and they all get a little slippery. I mean, that's how you survive. But I do believe it's genuine because I was there. I was on Fox News in 2016, and all of the Republican Party was saying the things JD was saying. Very few were saying what Trump is saying. And even Trump was figuring it out. Now, he didn't even have the language to articulate his policies. And I just kept saying, China, China,
And we ate it up.
Reportedly, he had read Rick Santorum's book on what happened to manufacturing in the United States and how this particular industry got crushed, and what we needed was to crack down on China. And reportedly, Rick Santorum was angry that he didn't get more credit for that messaging in Trump's campaign. You recall, he won Iowa in the previous election 4 years earlier. Anyway, so I think Trump was onto something, but the rest of the Republican Party hadn't seen it yet. And he just dragged them over to his worldview. He won. He governed accordingly. The Republican Party started to shift in ways they never could have foreseen. They started to have way more appeal to the working class. Voters who had never voted before started coming out for Republicans who really had been Chamber of Commerce-y. And I think over those 8 years, JD, like a lot of Republicans, said, you know what? These are good arguments. Like there might actually be a reinvention of all the things I thought I knew that I should be open-minded to. And let's not forget, in 16, I think JD was 31 years old. 30? He was 30 years old. I mean, he was a baby.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to learn for all of us from 30 to 40.
I'm 30 years old. Do I get the baby designation?
Yeah, you're a baby
I'll
too.
take it.
You are a baby, Kevin. Okay, before we lose our time with you, Megyn, I do want to ask, you mentioned that you were with Fox in 2016. You have a lot of experience with big media. The last few days, I don't know how you feel, but I've been pretty appalled at the cover. At a new level. I mean, it's one thing to say I've been appalled by the media. That's, a chestnut. When aren't we? But suddenly, when you see a president who has survived an assassination attempt, and their response has been almost, he had it coming. This is the result of his own violent rhetoric, and really almost no sympathy, blaming him. Does that open up eyes in maybe a way that even up to this point they haven't been when it comes to the media? Or is this just same old, same old?
I don't think it's going to open any eyes. And they have been particularly egregious. I mean, just on our show today, we were playing a soundbite from Michael Steele, former head of the RNC on MSNBC. I want to know what's under that bandage. What did he get hit by? How many stitches? Let me see a doctor's report. What are you implying? A man is dead.
Right.
2 people are in critical care. We saw his bloody wound. Would you think that was AI? What do you think? What's your theory? Like, walk me through it. What is this nonsense? And then the anchor on MSNBC, Ari Melber, actually then compared the lack of disclosures on this to Joe Biden's mental competency and the greatest White House cover-up ever. Okay, sure. Kara Swisher, big tech journalist, New York Times columnist. She has a successful podcast. They were out there joking today about the assassination, like whether Melania wished that the guy hadn't missed. And she actually said, Kara Swisher, who's in judgment of us all, she'd be so quick to judge anything she heard on this show, says, he did get up pretty fast about Donald Trump. I mean, just when you think they can't get any more disgusting, they do. But the audiences for those shows are on their side. And I don't think we'll be disgusted.
Yes.
So we remain where we were.
So, we work on the Morning Wire podcast. When we first launched the show, we found out that there were some people in the, ecosystem, conservative-wise, that were listening. I don't think any of us were any more excited than when we found out that Megyn Kelly had been listening to Morning Wire. So thank you for listening. Do you still get to listen to the show at all?
I do. I love Morning Wire. Right. And not only do I love Morning Wire, but I tell young interns who work for me, who all tend to be more left-leaning, young people that are just generally more left-leaning at that age. And I say, you don't have to be a conservative. You don't have to be a Republican. Just do me a favor. Add Morning Wire to your NPR routine.
Thank you.
I know you're listening. Just add it. Just do that for a year. Keep your mind open. Then get back to me.
Thank you very much.
You guys are doing great work.
Thank you so much, Megyn. This has been so much fun. We appreciated you coming by so much. And we have a lot more to come. JD Vance's speech is just ahead. And join us again tomorrow night, just before the big speech, President Trump's speech. Thanks so much.
He didn't want fortune or fame, power and position. He already had all of that. Donald Trump and his family made enormous sacrifices to run and to serve as president. He didn't need to do it. He wanted to do it. My relationship with Mr. Trump was forged under fire in a foxhole in 2016 after he asked me to be his campaign manager. We had no idea that he was making history as the first successful presidential nominee ever to tap a woman to lead a campaign. But that was a natural for Donald J. Trump. He had elevated women in New York real estate decades before when few people would. One morning, I was in an early senior staff meeting in the White House. And as I glanced around the table, something caught my eye. In that meeting were Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Mercedes Schlapp, Brooke Rollins, Ivanka Trump, and me. I soon realized that among us, we have 19 children. At the time, ages 2 through 16. Show me a C-suite in America where 5 working moms of 19 young children could have the highest rank in the company and work alongside the president. In the Trump White House, we lived it. Sure, he saw something in me and the other working moms that perhaps we did not see in ourselves. But more importantly, he sees what's best and what's possible for millions of decent, hardworking Americans. Now, 8 years later, he and his family have made the sacrifice again for him to run and serve as president. Donald Trump could be the envy of former presidents. He's a billionaire who could play golf every day at his own golf courses. He can enjoy a magnificent life with his incredible 5 children, his 10 amazing grandchildren, and that extraordinary, elegant, beautiful, brilliant wife. The former and future First Lady, Melania Trump. He does not need to do this, but we need him to do this. How often do we hear, "I want Trump's policies without Trump's personality"? Well, good luck with that. We don't get those policies without that personality. Taking out al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, ending the ISIS caliphate, recalibrating trade deals, restoring sanity, growth, and fairness in our economy, making our southern border more secure and sovereign, supporting school choice, protecting life, respecting workers, backing our blue, our military, and our border patrol. You get that through strength and toughness. Weakness emboldens our adversaries, enables failure, and empowers evil. The answer to weakness is strength. The antidote to division is unity. And the alternative to failure and incompetence, to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, is to send them packing and send Donald Trump and JD Vance to the White House. If you know someone who is skeptical about the Republican Party or who is cynical about politics, don't dismiss them. Talk to them. We win through addition, not division. In Donald Trump's Republican Party, everyone is welcome. Yes. We have been called deplorable, irredeemable, mega-MAGA extremists, and worse. But Donald Trump sees you for who you are. You love your God, you love your family, and you love your country. In 2024, there should be no more hidden, undercover Trump voters. It's time to put that flag on your front porch, that red hat on your head, because we don't cave and we don't cower and we do not capitulate. Instead, we get up, we show up, we stand up, and we speak up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your movement. This is your moment. And this is the man I know and the president we need for 4 more years. He picks the toughest fights and wins. He has stood by me, and he will always stand up for you. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
I would describe Joe Biden as an absolutely horrible commander-in-chief and a danger to every single person wearing the uniform.
We don't have that sense of leadership. We don't have that sense of trust.
I think it's absolutely unforgivable that a commander-in-chief would leave people behind.
The military has been unfortunately demoralized. You've seen the enrollment drop precipitously under this administration.
They don't feel like they have a leader, somebody that they can follow.
I do believe this country is less secure with Joe Biden as president.
We're absolutely 100% weaker with Joe Biden as our president.
We are far less secure today under Joe Biden's watch than we've probably ever been.
Our enemies see Joe Biden as a weak president.
Our enemies have taken full advantage of Joe Biden's weakness as commander-in-chief.
The weakness of President Biden has strengthened our enemies. All you have to do is take a look at the border. Even in America, we're scared. It's not safe to walk our streets here in the United States of America because of President Biden.
Well, I served under every president from Ronald Reagan when I first enlisted, all the way through Joe Biden. And by far, Donald Trump was the most respected and best commander-in-chief that we had. Donald Trump is a strong leader. He cared about the troops. He showed in his actions that he put us first.
I have the utmost confidence in President Trump as our commander-in-chief. He will stand up for the American service member.
Under Donald Trump, that military can be brought back to as strong as it was.
We were absolutely more respected under President Trump. from all countries, even if it was ones that were adversaries.
Leaders across the world knew that if he said something, that he would act.
Under President Trump, in 4 years, there was no foreign war to be fought. There was no invasion of Ukraine.
If President Trump was still president, we wouldn't have had the attacks in Israel. We wouldn't have a lot of these foreign issues that we're seeing right now.
He was respected on the world stage.
When President Trump was president, these people all stayed in their place. They understood we had a strong leader.
We are definitely more secure with Donald Trump as the President of the United States.
Joe Biden puts veterans last. President Trump is the only president that's actually cared about the veterans.
President Trump was led from the front, not the rear. I'm a proud Democrat, but I'm more proud to say that I'm a veteran, and I do wish that all Democrats, all people would vote for President Trump.
President Donald J. Trump has been the best commander-in-chief for the men and women in the uniform in the last 20 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congresswoman Paulina Luna of Florida.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Congresswoman Luna, and I represent the great people of Florida. The greatness and strength of America are beacons of hope for countless lives around the world. Our strength ensures our safety and security. My husband and I knew this when we joined the Air Force. But we don't preserve peace and stability by policing the world or by involving ourselves in every foreign conflict. We preserve peace by commanding the world's respect, a respect that is earned through unparalleled military strength and firm, decisive leadership. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration has failed to uphold this standard. They have misused our resources in foreign wars contrary to our national interests, and they have eroded the lethality and fighting culture of our armed forces. The leadership that we need, that respects our military and understands the true cost of war, is only found in Donald Trump. He will make America strong again. He will fight for the American warfighter, the American people, and America's interests. Hawks and globalist elites do not sway President Trump. He knows the cost of military action like I do. My husband was shot in combat by terrorists and continued to deploy in the fight against America's enemies. I know the fear and anguish of waiting for news about a loved one in harm's way and the pain of losing friends in combat. President Trump knows what it means to put your life on the line. Our service members and their families make immense sacrifices, and they deserve a president who respects that sacrifice and who would lay down his own life in defense of this great nation. President Trump has demonstrated he's ready to do just that. It is time that we all rise to his stature. The world needs a strong America, and America needs strong leadership. President Trump will provide it. Regardless of race, gender, color, or creed, I urge you to vote for Donald Trump and JD Vance on November 5th. It's time to unite America. Thank you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States. Let's get him in.
It was Christmas Day. We boarded Air Force One in complete and total darkness in the pitch black of night. We landed in war-torn western Iraq. No lights on the runway. There were hundreds of troops packed into a dining hall. They had absolutely no idea that the president and first lady were about to walk into that room. And when they did, it was a sight and a sound and a scene that I hope I never forget. That room absolutely erupted. That was the kind of patriotism President Trump brought back to our country. One of the young soldiers yelled from the back of the room, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you. And without missing a beat, the president said, and son, I am here because of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Medal of Honor recipient David Bellavia.
Thank you. In 2019, President Donald Trump awarded me the Medal of Honor for my service in Fallujah during the Iraq War. Thank you. Today, I speak across the country on behalf of our military services, and I ask parents, I look them right in the eye, like I'm looking at you, and I ask them, will you give America your sons and daughters to serve in the greatest force for good this world has ever seen, the United States military? I tell them what I learned when I was in combat. Your sons and daughters will be loved. They'll be our family. And that bond, that commitment is for a lifetime. Their response? Well, it's changed in the last couple of years. Now they say, what about the 13 heroes we lost at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan? Now they say, what about the desperate civilians falling off the transport airplanes? Now they ask, what about the American citizens we left behind for the enemy? They say to me, under Biden-Harris, we don't believe you. They no longer see their sacrifice as worthwhile, that their service makes us all better off. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? I'll tell you what, we're all going to answer that question in November. Here's something for you. Let's ask it the other way around. Let's ask, are our enemies better off than they were 4 years ago? Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, China, Russia. Well, Iran is richer. Russia is bigger. And China is stronger. And their unchecked aggression proves that the answer is a resounding yes. The Biden-Harris foreign policy undermines American security, and watching their administration lose the gains President Donald Trump made overseas not only destroys our morale, it empowers our enemies abroad. Under their watch, a record number of American embassies have been forced to evacuate, and military recruitment has plunged, and confidence in the armed forces has reached a 20-year low. Under President Donald Trump, our enemies will know that American power is as decisive as it is overwhelming. And if you provoke the United States of America, we will hurt you. And if you threaten citizens of the United States of America, we will hurt you for generations to come, so help me God. Donald Trump is a commander-in-chief that I am confident to tell parents is at the helm. Donald Trump loves America. He too has bled for the nation that he loves. May God bless America. May God bless our Gold Star families. Thank you for what you've given this country. And may God keep President Donald Trump safe and in his hands. May God make America strong. May God make America great again. Join me in voting for Commander-in-Chief Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Afghanistan war veteran Scott Neal.
Thank you. Look at all these great Americans here. Well, good evening, my fellow Americans. My name is Scotty Neal, and I'm a proud United States Army Green Beret veteran. Thank you. And the most important part is I'm a proud veteran entrepreneur. Almost 23 years ago, Al-Qaeda declared war on America September 11th, 2001. Weeks later, Green Berets from the 5th Special Forces Group became the first Americans in uniform to deploy to Afghanistan, and I was one of them. Thank you. Deep in enemy territory, some of us rode on horses. Some of us went further behind the lines to track down the terrorists who killed our fellow Americans. Today they call us the horse soldiers. Thank you. For the next 17 years, we were on the forefront of this country in Iraq, in Africa. Again and again, we deployed for our fellow Americans. Some of us sacrificed our bodies. Some of us sacrificed our lives for the American people. And for me, America was worth it. Thank you. Thank you. Now, after leaving the military, I wanted to live the American dream I had been defending. And I wanted to start a business with my friends that I served with. Today, my company's known as American Freedom Distillery, and we make horse soldier bourbon. We are building our forever home in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. That's right, where true bourbon comes from, in a little small town called Somerset. Please come visit us. All of our ingredients are made here in the United States of America. We ensure we hire veterans. We want to prove that America remains the land of opportunity for those brave enough to reach out and grab it. But tragically, almost 3 years ago, my fellow veterans and I recoiled at the bloody anarchy of President Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan. We saw weakness in chaos. We saw 13 of our brothers and sisters lose their lives. Most of us veterans who served got phone calls for those courageous Afghanistans that we fought with in the mountains, as they were pleading with us not to leave them behind. Throughout our careers, we never had regrets about our service. But this moral injury caused many of us to ask, why did we serve if this was the outcome? But despite this dark chapter, I know America is good. We're still the shiny city on the hill that everybody wants to come to. But we need a president with a record of making our country better and not worse. And that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. Exactly. He encourages patriotic Americans to celebrate the country they love. He supports anyone brave enough to reach out for the American dream and to fight for it. And he's the only candidate in this race who embodies the American determination and decisiveness. Let's make America strong again. Let's vote for Donald Trump. Thank you. The oppresso libere. God bless America.
This is a man's world. This is a man's world. But it would be nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Take us over the road. Man made the train. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electric lights. Take us out of the dark. And man made the boat over water. Like my Bible said, Noah made the ark. This is a man's world. Ow! But it wouldn't be nothing. About a woman or a girl.
L'uomo rincorre il potere, ma lui non sa. E i grandi limiti ad essere come si parla. Nel palmo stringe un'idea che non vive, che nella sua fantasia corre, se non si accorge che poi non ha più senso se si vive solo per sé.
Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man makes them happy because man make them toys. But after man made everything he can. Man makes lira, pesos, dollars, rubles.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Like you, I have spent much of my time the last few days in prayer. And I know that God has put an armor of protection over Donald Trump. We are all reminded that love for our nation and the beauty of life itself transcends all hatred and political divisions. I stand before you tonight, more convinced than ever. This is the most important election in our lifetime. This election will decide the fate of our great nation. And that is why we must elect President Donald John Trump. This is not just a choice between Republicans and Democrats. This is a choice between safety or chaos, wealth or poverty, national sovereignty or open borders. This election is a choice between Joe Biden's vision for American weakness and Donald Trump's vision of American greatness. Donald Trump will once again make our country strong, safe, and prosperous. He will make America feared by our adversaries and respected by our friends. And most importantly, he will always put America first. After 4 years of Joe Biden's disastrous America Last agenda, our country is more dangerous, vulnerable, and impoverished than anyone had thought possible. President Trump handed Biden a booming economy and a strong nation. All Joe had to do was leave it alone and take a nap. But Joe just couldn't help himself. Joe Biden cannot lead America. He cannot even lead himself off a stage. Now Americans are drowning in inflation. Insanity spreads like a cancer in our schools. We are closer to World War III than any time in my life. And we are facing an unprecedented invasion of millions of illegal aliens across our southern border. Rioters and looters go free, while Biden and the Democrats persecute American heroes like Donald Trump. Tens of millions of Americans are made to feel like enemies in our own country. An enemy for wanting to defend our border, for not wanting our children indoctrinated in school, for not wanting to erase our history, for praying to our God, saying what we think, and fighting for what we believe. It is no wonder that the heroes who stormed the beaches of Normandy and faced down communism sadly say they don't recognize our country anymore. This is not an accident. The powerful elites in the swamp will say anything to crush and destroy the America First movement. But we will never give up, and neither will Donald J. Trump. I know I speak for patriots everywhere when I say we are fed up. We are outraged about sex trafficking and drug trafficking across our southern border. We are fed up with the forever wars. We are done being told by the radical left to sit down, shut up, and obey. The Democrat vision for America is governed by fear, hatred, and political oppression. Our vision is defined by a love of our country, love for our fellow citizens, and our love of freedom. In our vision, we will secure the southern border and deport the violent criminal aliens once and for all. In our vision, America will combat foreign aggressors and ensure our service members are protected, not abandoned as they carry out their dangerous missions abroad. Because we know we can only have peace through strength. We will restore an era of national pride where freedom of speech is respected and cancel culture is ended. Where high school girls only compete with other girls, not biological men. Where struggling cities never put criminal illegal aliens above our heroic veterans and brave law enforcement. Where our streets are not ruled by gangs and rioters, but governed by law and order. Where students are freed from failing schools and corrupt teachers' unions through universal school choice. Where our most sacred institutions are not weaponized against political opponents, but are fair, equal, and just. And where we teach our children to love our country, learn our history, and respect our American flag. I believe in America. I believe in our freedom and liberty. And I believe in Donald John Trump. And I want Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and all of the radical Democrats to know this. We will not be bullied into obedience. We will not cower in silence. We will fight for America because we love America. I stand before you as a working mother, a former prosecutor, a Catholic, and a proud Latina. I know personally what every American has now seen with their own eyes. I know the measure of the man that stands before us. Donald Trump will never stop fighting for you. So join me in voting for Donald J. Trump for president again. Victory is in our sights. America's future is in our hands. America's destiny is in our control. And America's prosperity is in our hearts and souls. America, this is your moment. Will you stand for President Trump? Rise up! Rise up! Ladies and gentlemen, lovers of liberty and freedom and the American dream, this is our last chance to make America great again. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and may God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Michael Waltz of Florida.
I am so honored. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Patriots. I am so honored to stand before you as a 27-year Army veteran and the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress. And I'm joined tonight by my beautiful wife, Julia, who, oh, by the way, has more combat tours than I do. Look, folks, we have deployed all over the Middle East, all over Africa, all over Afghanistan, and I have never in my lifetime seen the world falling apart like it is under Joe Biden. And that's because under President Trump, we had a president who defeated ISIS, broke Iran, stood with Israel, always stood with our allies, made China pay. You didn't see any spy balloons under President Trump, did you? He deterred Russia. You know what he told Putin? You try anything, and I'll take the tops off the Kremlin. And he didn't dare, did he? He did under Obama, he did under Biden, but not under Donald J. Trump. He diffused North Korea. And importantly, he got our hostages home and didn't pay billions of dollars to get our Americans back. And here's my favorite part about Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief. He sat across the table from the bureaucrats and the generals and said, if you don't give our troops what they need, you know what he told the generals? You're fired. You're out of here. We're cleaning house. Everything takes too long, costs twice as much, and delivers half of what our troops need. And what do we have today? What do we have today with President Biden? What's he focused on? He's focused on pronouns. He's focused on renaming bases. He's focused on DEI. And here's my favorite. He's focused on building electric tanks. Has anybody seen any charging stations in the Middle East for the Biden's electric tanks? And here's what I can tell you straight up in combat. Our enemy's bullets, listen to me, folks, our enemy's bullets could give a damn about black, white, or brown, or about religion, or about gender, or about anything else. The only colors that matter in the foxhole are the red, white, and blue, baby. That's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing our military should care about. And that's the only thing our fellow soldiers care about. And that's the only thing President Trump cares about. Now, I want to tell you a story about the man, the leader, the commander-in-chief that is Donald J. Trump. We all remember Biden's disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan, the debacle and the stain on our national conscience that was. The 13 Gold Star families have to relive it every day, the ones that lost their sons and daughters that disgraceful day. Biden won't even take their calls. He calls it an outstanding success. He won't even take a meeting with him. Well, I called President Trump. We talked about it, and he said, Michael, I would love to meet them. Get them up here. Get them up here to Bedminster. He was scheduled, folks, hear me on this. He was scheduled to spend an hour with them. You know how long he spent? He spent 6 hours with them. He met each one. He listened. He cared. One of the moms kind of leaned over to me and she said, do you think he'll sign a picture of my son? I said, oh, hell yeah, he will. Please ask. He would be happy to. And he spent hours more. And if that wasn't enough, he then has them up to dinner. And at the start of the dinner, he promised them this. When he gets back in the White House, he will release all the tapes, all the videos, all the records, all the emails, and give these families the accountability and the transparency that they deserve and that they will never get from Joe Biden. And then God bless this man. This is why I love this man so much. He had them laughing. He had these moms that have been through so much crying. He had them, I love this, we saw DJ Trump in action playing Sinatra, playing Phantom of the Opera. He had these moms dancing with their husbands. 2 of them came up to me afterwards and said this was the best thing that had happened to them since they had lost their sons. That night with President Trump. Mr. President, Mr. President, you helped them heal. And I will forever, and they will be forever, and America will forever be grateful to you for that. Patriots, that's the Donald Trump that I've come to know. That's the Donald Trump and the Commander-in-Chief we all know. That's the Donald Trump the media never wants you to see. That is the Donald Trump we must have as Commander-in-Chief back in the White House this November. We need it. The country needs it. The world needs it, because we will once again have peace through America's strength. God bless you. I salute you. Let's go fight, 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 and let's win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give your solemn attention to the following video presentation honoring our nation's Gold Star families.
I'm Jim McCollum. I'm the father of Marine Lance Corporal Riley James McCollum, and I'm here to speak for him.
My name's Alicia Lopez.
I'm Herman Lopez, and we're the parents of our son, Hunter Lopez, the U.S. Marine stationed in Camp Pendleton, San Diego, California, who passed away on August 26, 2021 in Kabul, Afghanistan.
My name is Abby Sanchez, and I am the voice for my brother, Corporal Humberto Sanchez. My name is Coro Briseno, and I am Corporal Humberto Sanchez's mother.
My name is Stephen Nakui. I'm here for my son, Kareem Nakui. I'm here today to give my son a voice.
My name is Cheryl Jules. I am Sergeant Nicole G's aunt. She was a U.S. Marine that was killed in the Kabul, Afghanistan withdrawal.
My name's Christy Shamblin, and I'm here for Sergeant Nicole G., United States Marine, who was killed in the Afghanistan exit.
My name's Kelly Barnett. I'm here to give a voice to my son, my best friend, Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover.
And my name's Darren Hoover, and I'm here to give voice as well for our son, Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover.
When we started hearing that the Taliban was moving in, that there wasn't more military being deployed, and that they had decided that the Taliban was our security, that was when I became terrified. They were just kind of left there, hung out to dry.
For you from Afghanistan, where there are significant casualties, including some Americans from a suicide
I was at work
attack outside the country.
and heard about it. Instantly had that just chill go through me, and I started sending messages.
I'm talking to people. I'm calling his girlfriend. I'm saying, well, have you heard from him? Calling his sisters. Have you heard from him? You know, we're texting. We're saying, please, just send us a text. Just whatever. Just let us know that you're okay.
When all the explosions went off, I had messaged her and I said, hey, you know, I know you can't say anything, but, you know, just an emoji, just a bubble.
And then 3:30 in the morning that night, I got the knock on the door. You know, there's no other reason 2 Marines are standing on your door.
Right away, they told you, we have news about your son, and he just passed away. I just start screaming. I throw myself on the floor.
I pull up the street and I see a white van. And once I saw them, I knew.
It's surreal. Seeing all those flag-draped coffins in the back of a C-17 is something you'll never forget. And it really drives home that, you know, these young men and women gave the ultimate sacrifice.
They had all the families within this large room. The president showed up and that was, it wasn't what I was expecting.
You know, this guy's sitting across from me on that tarmac, and he keeps looking at his watch.
Biden did not want to be there. I don't know what he wanted to do, but he did not want to be there. He looked at his watch multiple times. I saw it 3 times.
He didn't say anything about Riley. And to this day, he has yet to say those 13 kids' names.
And that makes me so upset because those kids were serving their country. Those kids, they were giving their life for this country. And I always said they were thinking that their commander-in-chief was gonna have their back because they were fighting for this country, and that didn't happen.
The administration, the White House, our president has never once mentioned their names, not one of them.
Honestly, I don't feel like Joe Biden cared.
He just had no empathy for us at all.
I do think incompetence played a huge factor in what happened. Bad decision, bad leadership, and it all starts at the top.
Joe Biden should not be leading this country.
There was no point in making that hard deadline August 31st. It was 100% a political stunt.
He let my son down. He let the 13 down. He let the 45 wounded down. He let those 174 civilians down. He let our country down.
And then what it hurts the most is that they could be here.
We fully understand we can't bring back our kids, but there are thousands and thousands more out there that are going to come home the same way if something doesn't change. We're the United States of America. We can do better by our men and women that are risking their lives for this country. We can do better for them than that.
To this day, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have never mentioned these fallen soldiers' names. President Trump will never forget them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Gold Star families of our fallen heroes.
I'm Christy Shamblin. My daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G. Was a United States Marine, and she was killed at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan, alongside 12 of her brothers and sister-in-arms. While Joe Biden has refused to recognize their sacrifice, Donald Trump spent 6 hours in Bedminster with us. He allowed us to grieve. He allowed us to remember our heroes. Donald Trump knew all of our children's names. He knew their stories, and he spoke to us in a way that made us feel understood, like he knew our kids. Donald Trump carried the weight for a few hours with me. Yeah. And for the first time since Nicole's death, I felt I wasn't alone in my grief. Thank you. I had expected to meet an arrogant politician. Instead, I met a man who had empathy for us. He was compassionate, and he spent time with us because he knew it would make us feel better. Thank you, President Trump.
I'm Cheryl Jules, Nicole's aunt. Joe Biden said the withdrawal from Afghanistan was an extraordinary success. An extraordinary success. Look at our faces. Look at our pain and our heartbreak. And look at our rage. That was not an extraordinary success. The humiliation of our nation was not an extraordinary success. Joe Biden may have forgotten that our children died, but we have not forgotten. Donald Trump has not forgotten. Joe Biden owes the men and women that served in Afghanistan a debt of gratitude and an apology. Donald Trump loves this country and will never forget the sacrifice and bravery of our service members. Join us in putting him back in the White House.
I'm Alicia Lopez, and this is my husband, Herman. Our son, Corporal Hunter Lopez, whose name Joe Biden has refused to say out loud, was killed on August 26, 2021. He died during Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Hunter was 22 years old and planned to come home to California after his tour to follow in our footsteps. Herman and I work for the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. And our family has a tradition of service in law enforcement. Hunter was excited to carry it on. Instead, in the nearly 3 years since Hunter's been gone, there has been silence. Silence from that empty space at the dinner table where Hunter would have joined his brothers and sister and us for family gatherings. And there has been a deafening silence from the Biden and Harris administration. Despite our pleas for answers and accountability, they have pushed us away and tried to silence us. The Biden administration has not owned up to the bad decisions. They have not been transparent about their failures. And their so-called leaders work to protect themselves rather than our sons and daughters who took the oath to defend our country.
Thank you. When Hunter and the other service members' bodies were returned to the U.S. in Dover, Delaware, Joe Biden met the plane. But he made the occasion more about his son, lost to cancer, than our sons and daughters, lost on his watch. Worse than that, he has never said their names out loud. And during last month's debate, he claimed no service members have died during his administration. None. That hurt us all deeply. So Alicia and I are here to say the names of all 13 service members who lost their lives at Abbey Gate. David Espinoza. Nicole G. Taylor Hoover. Ryan C. Knaus. Riley McCollum. Dylan Marola. Kareem Nakui. Dagan Page. Johanny Pichardo. Humberto Sanchez. Jared Schmitz. Maxton Sobiak. And my son, Hunter Lopez. Joe Biden has to go. He failed the American people. He failed the Afghan people and our military service members. He failed our family, and he failed Hunter. Donald Trump has a proven record of keeping the peace and honoring those in uniform. All of us on this stage recognize the efforts of Mr. Trump. We know this firsthand. We've experienced it. Whenever we've met with him, he has demonstrated compassion. He has joined us on our mission for answers, and he has given hope to our extended Gold Star family.
Now, we have another son serving in the Army. And we do not trust Joe Biden with his life. We have faith that Donald Trump to lead our military. Please join us in supporting Donald Trump for President and Commander-in-Chief.
While campuses struggle to get control of their students, at UNC Chapel Hill, they are bringing order back. Students restoring the American flag and singing the national anthem.
Protesters began to take down the American flag, and that's when the guys stepped in.
Patriotic fraternity brothers stepped in and said, "Not today, Hamas."
The group of frat brothers defended the American flag from anti-Israel protesters.
I held the Israeli flag, and they held up the American flag while protesters chanted at us, screamed at us. I was told to kill myself about 50 times, called a white supremacist, a fascist.
They protected the flag for an hour. They were pelted with bottles and rocks.
But they stood strong.
I think the most popular college students right now are the ones at UNC.
God bless those UNC frat guys for taking down the Palestinian flag and putting up Old Glory.
Giving us some hope there that not all college students have gone woke.
They should be celebrated for, and what be more rare is their bravery, their willingness to stand up and exhibit that patriotism and protect America.
All is not lost. In every corner of America, there are many people that love this country.
I'm very proud of these boys and very, very proud that we have parents that are raising good kids like this in our country.
I love America. There are still patriots in this country that actually want to fight and would, sacrifice themselves for this flag, this country.
It's good to know that there's some patriotic young men out there supporting the flag still out there.
Don't bend the knee to these people.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome country music star Brian Kelly and Anthony McGahee and Praise Motivated Choir.
Granddaddy came back from war with a purple heart and a couple scars. A lot more like him out there never made it home, but they ain't gone. And Old Glory don't ever get old. She's the greatest stories ever been told. You can try, but you can't take it, can't break this American spirit, that red, white, and blue. It's flying for freedom, for me and for you. It's what I believe in, this country I love. That American spirit runs in our blood. That American spirit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the fraternity brothers from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, who protected our American flag.
Service members and the brave defenders, the epic doctors and the first responders, the earners, stripers and the giving lifers, all running on American spirit, that red, white, and blue. It's flying for freedom, for me and for you. It's what I believe in, This country I love, the American spirit runs in our blood. The American spirit. The American spirit. Oh, every big city and all the small towns hats come off when the flags come out. Every mom and pop shop flying them proud. You can't take down American spirit. That red, white, and blue. It's flying for freedom, for me and for you. It's what I believe in. This country I love. The American spirit runs in our blood. Come on. Oh, in every big city and all the small towns, hats come off when the flags come out. Every mom and pop shop flying them proud. You can't take down American spirit. Oh, American spirit.
When a mob tried to take down the American flag on our campus, we knew we couldn't let that happen. We stood guard, we held it up, and we did not let it fall. It was all about respect, not just for the cloth, but for everything that the flag stands for. Too many people have sacrificed everything for it. The least we can do was keep it flying. And tonight, we are proud to honor our flag again.
First day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome recent Harvard University graduate, Shabbos Kestenbaum.
My name is Shabbos Kestenbaum. I am a proud first-generation American. I am a proud Orthodox Jew. And as of 5 months ago, I am the proud plaintiff suing Harvard University for its failure to combat anti-Semitism. I came to Harvard to study religion the foundation of Western civilization, what I found was not theology, but a contempt for it. My problem with Harvard is not its liberalism, but its illiberalism. Too often, students at Harvard are taught not how to think, but what to think. I found myself immersed in a culture that is anti-Western, that is anti-American, and that is anti-Semitic. After October 7th, the world finally saw what I and so many Jewish students across this country experienced almost every day. When I planted 1,200 Israeli and American flags on campus, they were all vandalized within 24 hours. I was harassed by my peers merely for being a Jew and have received countless death threats online. Students and professors have openly called for new Hamas-style attacks against the United States. And perhaps most damning, when Hamas terrorists butchered 45 American citizens on October 7th, when they took 12 Americans hostage, Harvard refused to immediately and unequivocally condemn this atrocity. My fellow Americans, the anti-Semitic bigotry, unfortunately, extends far beyond the universities. Although I once voted for Bernie Sanders, I now recognize that the far left has not only abandoned the Jewish people, but the American people. The Democratic Party, the party I registered to vote for the day I turned 18, has become ideologically poisoned. And it is this poison, it is this corruption that is infecting far too many young American students. Let's be clear. The far left's anti-Semitic extremism has no virtue, and the radicalism on our campuses and on our streets has no moral legitimacy. Sadly, the far left-wing tide of anti-Semitism is rising. But tonight, we fight back. I am proud to support President Trump's policies to expel foreign students who violate our laws, harass our Jewish classmates, and desecrate our freedoms. Let's elect a president who will instill patriotism in our school once again. Let's elect a president who will confront terrorism and its supporters once again. Let's elect a president who recognizes that although Harvard and the Ivy Leagues have long abandoned the United States of America, the Jewish people never will, because Jewish values are American values, and American values are Jewish values. God bless the United States. God bless the land of Israel. God bless, protect, and return the American hostages in Gaza now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the parents of an American hostage held in Gaza, Orna and Ronan Nutra.
Our son, Omer, is an American citizen. For 285 long days and nights, Hamas terrorists have been holding Omer imprisoned in tunnels underneath Gaza. Omer, which is a biblical name and means in Hebrew the first crop, is our firstborn. He was born in New York City 1 month after 9/11. 8 months pregnant, I walked across the Queensboro Bridge towards home that day. And here we are, 23 years later, and he's the victim of another vile terrorist attack. Let me tell you a little bit about my son. He's a connector. He's an extremely social person. He loves sports. In high school, he was captain of the soccer ball, volleyball, and basketball teams. He's a natural leader. And he cares deeply about others and about helping them grow. He turned 22 on October 14th, 2023. And instead of celebrating with us and with his friends, he spent his birthday as a hostage of Hamas terrorists. Imagine, over 9 months, not knowing whether your son is alive, waking up every morning, praying that he too is still waking up every morning, that he is strong and is surviving. I recite Psalm 23 in his merit every single day. Gam ki elech begei tzal mavet, lo erara ki ata imadi. I walk through the shadow of the valley of the shadow of the death. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Bring them home. 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 During the brutal October 7th attack on Israel, over 1,200 people were slaughtered. Of them, 45 were American citizens. Where is the outrage? Where is it? This was not merely an attack on Israel. This was and remains an attack on Americans. Omer is one of 8 American hostages and one of 120 hostages still left in Gaza. Citizens of 24 countries and 5 different religions, still held by Hamas, denied basic human needs, their lives threatened every day. President Trump called us personally right after the attack when Omer was taken captive. We know he stands with the American hostages. We need our beautiful son back. And we need your support. We need your support to end this crisis and bring all the hostages back home. Them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
Omer, we love you. We won't stop fighting for you.
Say it with us. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you, everybody. God bless Israel and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, former paratrooper, congressman, and New York State gubernatorial candidate, Lee Zeldin.
Hello, Wisconsin. I'm Lee Zeldin from New York. A nation led by President Trump is a nation stronger, safer, and more secure. As a former 82nd Airborne paratrooper, I want a military focused on being the world's greatest fighting force, not its biggest social experiment. We need a president treating our friends as friends and our adversaries as our adversaries, understanding they only respect strength, not weakness. I was on the House Foreign Affairs Committee under 3 presidents, but only one ended wars without starting new ones. President Donald Trump. As one of 2 Jewish Republicans in Congress, it was amazing to witness history-making progress, strengthening the U.S.-Israel relationship under President Trump, moving our embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and launching the Abraham Accords, which no one said was possible. Soleimani and the ISIS Caliphate were eliminated. President Trump withdrew from the Iran deal, stopped those insane ransom payments, and crippled Iran with maximum pressure. But then, everything went downhill under Biden. Yes, the guy who advised Obama not to take out Osama, Joe Biden advised against the mission that killed Osama bin Laden. As an American, and especially as a New Yorker, that's unforgivable. Even in his prime, he had bad judgment. And it's only gotten worse with age. We cannot count on Biden to make this kind of crucial 3 a.m. decision. Heck, we can't rely on him at 3 in the afternoon. He has refilled Iran's coffers. Since October 7th, Biden has pandered to anti-Semites who cheer Hamas's attack. All while Americans are still being held hostage in Gaza. Biden turned 13 Blue Star families into Gold Star families with his fatal withdrawal from Afghanistan, and then he lied about it during last month's debate, claiming that no service members had died under his watch. We must elect President Trump. Whether building an Iron Dome defense shield at home countering China and other bad actors abroad, or securing our borders. He will make America strong and respected again. President Trump risks everything for us. We need him back in the White House now more than ever before. To make America great again, we must first, and God willing, we will expand the Republican majority in the United States House of Representatives. We will flip the United States Senate. We are going to elect JD Vance, our next vice president. And we will make Donald J. Trump the 47th president of these United States. Thank you. God bless you. God bless President Trump and his family. And God bless America.
We are gathered here on freedom's altar, on these shores, on these bluffs, on this day 75 years ago. 10,000 men shed their blood and thousands sacrificed their lives for their brothers, for their countries, and for the survival of liberty. Those who fought here won a future for our nation. They won the survival of our civilization. These men ran through the fires of hell, moved by a force no weapon could destroy. The fierce patriotism of a free, proud, and sovereign people. And they showed us the way to love, cherish, and defend our way of life for many centuries to come. And our children and their children will forever and always be free.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome World War II hero, William Peckrell.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Peckrell. I'm a proud Wisconsinite. I'm a proud husband of 76 years old to my wife, Rosemary. I'm a father of 11 children. 6 girls, 5 boys. Our family across 5 generations and a proud World War II veteran. I'm 98 years old. Some call us the greatest generation. That's an honor, considering America is the greatest nation in the history of the world. I will never forget and witness the horror of the Nazis' war camps. In the Battle of the Bulge, my friends and I fought to stop the Nazis' last major push in the Western Front. A few months later, Hitler was dead. The Nazis were defeated. We gave thanks to Almighty God for delivering us from evil. But not many of us came home. I still miss a lot of my friends on that beach. And there were many of us left. There aren't many of us left today. But for us, those of us who are here, that America is still worth fighting for. It hurts my heart to see what our current president and vice president have done to the country I love so well. They humiliated us in Afghanistan. We pushed around in China. Terrorists run wild in the Middle East. And they let our own southern border get overrun. America, people say, America is an idea, but I believe America is much more than that. America is our home. You know, when I was fighting in Europe and I came back home, I kissed the ground, thanking God that I'm back home in my country. And where I come from, when somebody comes for me or my home, you dig in your boots in the ground and never look back. That's the attitude that saved the free world, and those years ago. And President Trump, back in Commander-in-Chief, I would go back to re-enlist today. And I would storm whatever beach my country needs me to fight again. God bless you. God bless our home and the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, Donald J. Trump, Jr.
Good evening, America. Before I begin my remarks, I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. A Trump is going to give up the microphone. Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again. But I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC." I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like. So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. I know. He calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him I'm a Trump too. Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows, maybe one day I'll catch him. On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot, and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you. The media makes my grandpa seem like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again. Thank you very much.
A lot of proud moments this week from my family. Thank you again, guys. Really appreciate that. That's not easy. That's the first time. I mean, this is what we call a large crowd for a speech, so incredible work, Kai. Now, back to business. Guys. Thank you, sir. Tonight we gather here in Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history. Just days ago, something that once seemed unimaginable became a terrifying reality. My father came under literal fire as an incredible patriotic rally turned into a tragedy. On a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, a brave firefighter died. Others were injured, and as those bullets rained down, we came millimeters away from one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. But we did lose an American hero that day. We wish that he were with us tonight. But his memory will live on forever in the hearts of his family, his community, and the nation that he loved. So I would like to take just a moment tonight to express our gratitude for the life and service of American hero Corey Comparator. They say you can't truly know how you'll respond in a moment of danger until you're actually confronted with it. So what was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion. That the next American president has the courage to put the American people first once again. And in that moment, my father didn't just show his character. He showed America's character. When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken. And that is the true spirit of America. America knows what it's like to be down. We know what it's like to be confused and to be afraid. Long before the attempt on my father's life, every American I met was filled with fear and anxiety. They were afraid our country was being torn apart. They were anxious about the massive and chaotic invasion of illegal aliens across our border. They were deeply concerned about partisan lawfare, education indoctrination, and attacks on freedom of speech. Most terrifying of all, they saw that our leaders didn't care, or worse, that they joyfully aided and abetted the erosion of our rights. And the lies. Oh, yeah, the lies. We won't ever forget the lies. From left-wing politicians, from their allies in the media, when you hear them in a row, you fully understand the extent they have gone to divide this great nation. They lied about Russia collusion. They lied about Hunter's laptop. They lied about Joe Biden's fitness for office. They lied about the border being secure. They lied about inflation being transitory. They lied about how they would safely withdraw from Afghanistan. They lied about Biden being a, quote, moderate. And they told one nonstop lie after another about my father. But they could only run away from reality for so long. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore. Remember Build Back Better? Instead, we got broke, bumbling Biden. Nothing is built, nothing is back, and nothing is better. Bridges are collapsing, our credibility is crumbling, and our money is worth less and less every single day. It was just one giant bait and switch, and normal Americans are the ones left holding the bag. Housing costs, gasoline prices, grocery bills just keep going up. Wave after wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border. Meanwhile, pro-crime district attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones. They've turned criminals into victims, prosecutors into criminal defense attorneys, and police into public enemies. Left-wing activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders, but they can't even define what a woman is. On one hand, they think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows. On the other hand, they want to put you in jail for making a meme. It's like the entire world has been turned upside down. Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction? And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden. So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things? Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop. Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook. In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell. There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there. It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat Party, they want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud, an America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way, we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come. Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd. And what did he say? And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote. I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough. And the good news is, America is Trump tough. In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting. My friends, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in God's plan. Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump. Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight, for everyone watching at home. No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again. Look at me and my friend JD Vance. A kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, JD Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president. For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement. In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction, it doesn't matter how smart your architect is if you don't have the best guys laying the bricks. People with grit. People who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible, something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my father's mission. This November, we have a choice. It's a choice between one team that wants to build this country up and another that wants to tear this country down. It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first. So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump. Together, we will make America great once again. Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin.
It's nothing short of a miracle that JD Vance is a household name, or a United States Senator, or our next Vice President. But here he is, born into poverty, his family torn apart by drug addiction. No money, no prospects, no future. JD joined the Marine Corps, used the GI Bill to attend college, then went to Yale and earned a law degree and shared his heartbreaking story in a best-selling book. Only in America is this story possible. But today, for many families, the American dream is now gone. And this is the team tough enough to bring it back. JD Vance understands that working families have become the forgotten families. Under Biden, wages are going down while prices skyrocket, forcing the majority of Americans to live paycheck to paycheck. Working families will have JD Vance fighting for them. Seniors, JD will have your backs too. No more deciding between putting food on your table and paying for the prescriptions you need. As a husband and father, JD knows the importance of fighting for a parent's right to protect their children. And you can count on this Marine to stand up for our soldiers who put their lives on the line for their country every day. JD Vance's story is one of perseverance, of duty, of commitment to what's right. It's an American story, and it's just getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Usha Vance.
Good evening. When I was asked to introduce my husband, JD Vance, to all of you, I was at a loss. What could I say that hasn't already been said before? After all, the man was already the subject of a Ron Howard movie. JD has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book, Hillbilly Elegy, during his Senate campaign, and now as a sitting United States Senator. It occurred to me that there was only one thing to do: to explain from the heart why I love and admire JD and stand here beside him today, and why he will make a great Vice President of the United States. I met JD in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State, which he attended with the support of the GI Bill. We were friends first because, who wouldn't want to be friends with JD? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working-class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe. The most determined person I knew with one overriding ambition: to become a husband and a father, and to build the kind of tight-knit family that he had longed for as a child. My background is very different from JD's. I grew up in San Diego, in a middle-class community with two loving parents, both immigrants from India, and a wonderful sister. That JD and I could meet at all, let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country. It is also a testament to JD, and it tells you something about who he is. When JD met me, He approached our differences with curiosity and enthusiasm. He wanted to know everything about me, where I came from, what my life had been like. Although he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, he adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position, but it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream. A boy from Middletown, Ohio. Raised by his grandmother through tough times, chosen to help lead our country through some of its greatest challenges. I am grateful to all of you for the trust you have placed in him and in our family. And with that, it is my great privilege to introduce my husband and the next Vice President of the United States, JD Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it most. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first.
Thank you.
Our highways and bridges are far and far. Who's blessed, who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
Thank you. Thank you. Please. Wow. Wow. Yeah. First of all, aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely? Isn't it amazing? Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is JD Vance from the great state of Ohio. Tonight, O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so. My friends, tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country. He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Did it? Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country. I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air, when Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field. All of America stood with him. And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped at all costs. But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life. He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave Corey Compertori, who gave his life to protect his family. God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work. Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next. He is a beloved father and grandfather, and of course, a once-in-a-generation business leader. He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago, and I'll share a moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys. He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America. Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America. Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio, a small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And I agree. And somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong. President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America first. Now, thanks to these policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us, our country was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign labor, and in the decades to come, deadly Chinese fentanyl. Joe Biden screwed up, and my community paid the price. Now, I was lucky. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Mamaw raised me as my mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word. I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me, when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car. That's true. And she said, JD, no one will ever find out about it. Now, thanks to that mammal, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines. Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Michigan. I had to get that in there. Come on. We've had enough political violence. Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School, where I met my beautiful wife. And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country. We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump. Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give... I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up, and that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our three beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock. But, my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear, "They died of an overdose." As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next vice president of the United States of America. But, my fellow Americans, here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me. It's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs. It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin-pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country. You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction but never gave up. And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here, 10 years clean and sober. I love you, Mom. And you know, Mom, I was thinking it'll be 10 years officially in January of 2025. And if President Trump's okay with it, let's have the celebration in the White House. And our movement, ladies and gentlemen, it's about grandparents all across this country who are living on Social Security and raising grandchildren they didn't expect to raise. And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another Mamaw story. Now, my Mamaw died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005. And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were... Now, the thing is, they were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet, in the silverware drawer. And we wondered what was going on, and it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit. Now, Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer than I've been alive, 39 years old. Kamala Harris is not much further behind. For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. And in 4 short years, Donald Trump reversed decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders. He created the greatest economy in history for workers. Really was amazing. There's this chart that shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof. And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years. Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't know, this person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington. I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy, and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens. So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas, more for rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them. So prices soared, dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl across the border, adding addiction to the heartache. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story. We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street. We'll commit to the working man. We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages. We're done buying energy from countries that hate us. We're going to get it right here from American workers in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, Made in the USA. We're going to build factories again, put people to work making real products for American families made with the hands of American workers. Together, We will protect the wages of American workers and stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of American citizens. Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer. Together, we will send our kids to war only when we must. But as President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard. Together, we will put the citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin. We will, in short, make America great again. You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future. And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to the daughter of South Asian immigrants to this country. Incredible people. People who genuinely have enriched this country in so many ways. And, of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family, but it's true. Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky. And I guess standing here tonight, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, honey. But that's what she was getting. Now, that cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10... Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They are very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home, and it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it. That is the source of America's greatness. As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our homeland. People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first. Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history, is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever. That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this: I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from. And every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless our great country.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Watley of North Carolina.
Delegates and alternates, Republicans around the world, tonight in this hall, we had a chance to see what strength is like. Strength looks like heartbroken Gold Star families talking about their loved ones and talking about their loss. Strength looks like fraternity brothers facing down a hostile crowd to save the American flag. Strength looks like thousands of law enforcement officers from all across the country here to protect us tonight. Strength tonight looks like all of the soldiers and the sailors and the airmen and the Marines around the world keeping America safe home and abroad. Strength looks like a teenage daughter standing on this stage and talking to America about the love that she has for her grandfather. Strength looks like a kid born in rural Appalachia who put himself through school and answered a call to service when America needed him and joined the Marines, and has answered another call to serve as our next vice president. And strength looks like a man who gave up a successful business career and a comfortable life to fight every single day for the American people, who has suffered hoax after hoax after hoax, who has endured politically motivated prosecutions and lawsuits all across the country, and who, when he was knocked down by a would-be assassin's bullet, got back up and encouraged America to fight, fight, fight. Ladies and gentlemen, we know what strength looks like, and we know that America is a nation of inherent strength. And we, as a nation of inherent strength, are going to be strong again. For tonight's benediction, please welcome the lead pastor at Bayou Blue Assembly in Houma, Louisiana, Pastor Packy Thompson.
Well, hello, Milwaukee. I bring you greetings from the great state of Louisiana, from my church, Bayou Blue Assembly of God in Houma, Louisiana, and from the small town I grew up in Jena, Louisiana. I am proud to be with all of you here tonight for this historic convention, and I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for his blessings. I would like to thank the RNC for allowing me to be here. And I would like to thank President Trump for all that he has done for our country. I want you to know, sir, that you are loved and respected in my state of Louisiana. Would y'all stand and pray with me, please? Heavenly Father, we are grateful for your mercy and your protection here tonight. Father, we give you glory and honor because you alone deserve to be honored. Father, I thank you for giving us a man to stand in the gap for us, a man who has made up the hedge for the American people, a man who has protected our nation from those who would harm us. Father, we thank you for raising up President Donald J. Trump to be the 47th President of the United States of America. And I also thank you for protecting him from the evil that was perpetrated last Saturday. Father, I ask that you would unite our country once again, a nation, Lord God, under your leadership. Father God, help us to elect leaders that will help us to become the lead country in the world, to hold the values that our forefathers intended for us when they drafted the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. Father, I ask that you would help us to elect men and women of God who will protect the rights that were promised to every American, protect us from tyranny, and restore truth back to the public square. Father, I pray for the Donald J. Trump and JD Vance tonight, that you would give them grace, strength, and wisdom to guide our country once again. And Father God, help make America great. Once again, I ask it in Jesus' name. And everybody said, amen. Yes.
The chair recognizes the delegate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I am Fred Keller from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of America. I make the motion that this convention now adjourn.
The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, this convention stands adjourned until 5 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you.